A communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 11th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable John W. Rose to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1 hour and 50 minutes, or 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Fred Manouchian, an entrepreneur, innovator, and a role model without peers. More than 60 years ago, he founded the National Road Safety Foundation, an organization that holds the mission of educating individuals of all ages about the risk of dangerous driving behaviors. The information, resources, and efforts spurred by Fred's work have saved lives and have helped educate countless Americans while creating safer communities in the process. Fred Manouchian deserves to be commended for his efforts and for his long-standing commitment to helping create a safer society for Americans of all ages. He and his wife, Jennifer, have inspired their children to broaden their philanthropic efforts into other areas, such as health care, and they have made a tremendous impact in doing so. All Americans should be immensely grateful for Fred Manouchian, his family, their examples, and all they have done for others. I yield back.
The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ago on May 29th, Grasso Tech, a career and technical secondary school located in Groton, Connecticut, was the site of an extraordinary event, the Electric Boat High School Signing Day. Mr. Speaker, Electric Boat is a shipbuilding company over 100 years old, headquartered in Groton. It has a proud history of building submarines during World War I, World War II, and the Cold War, with a workforce of highly skilled men and women who have always answered our nation's call to deliver perhaps the most complex platform in our nation's arsenal. These technological wonders operate in an environment that does not support human life, with stealth and power unmatched by any other peer nation. Today in 2024, the shipyard is experiencing another historic period of workforce growth. EB is the general contractor for both of the Navy's submarine programs, the Virginia-class attack submarines and the Columbia ballistic submarine program. Both programs represent an effort authorized and funded by Congress to recapitalize our nation's aging submarine fleet, which is in high demand, driven by high tempo of operations all across the globe. In 2023, EB hired a staggering 5,300 new workers in the metal trades and engineering and plan to double that number in 2024. In order to meet that demand, trade schools, regular comprehensive high schools, community colleges, job training programs, including pre-apprenticeship and full apprenticeship classes, have been ramping up since 2016. On May 29th, Grasso Tech hosted over 200 graduating 17 and 18-year-olds from across Connecticut and neighboring states who walked across the stage, received their hard hats, a certificate, and a handshake from representatives of the yard, welcoming them to a rewarding and exciting career with great starting wages and benefits. Many are graduates from Grasso Tech, whose principal, Patricia Feeney, and her amazing staff imparted training as welders, electricians, designers, and other skills that positioned them to take on this work. In addition to Grasso, other tech schools, Norwich Tech, Ellis Tech, Windham Tech, Vinyl Tech, are part of this concerted effort to connect students to this opportunity. And not just tech schools were part of this ceremony. Regular, comprehensive high schools are getting into the act with career pathway programs accessing federal Perkins Grant funding to set up machine booths, welding booths, machine tools, and other equipment to train up high schoolers in collaboration with EB, Westbrook High School, Turtlet High School in Thompson, Norwich Free Academy, Daniel Hand High School in Madison, Waterford High School, just to name a few, are actively creating these pathways for non-trade high school secondary students. As I said, the plan this year is to hire an additional 5,000 workers. One of the other key engines to achieve that goal is the Eastern Connecticut Manufacturing Pipeline, which provides accelerated job training for adults looking to work in the yard. MPI will train a job-ready welder in 10 weeks, electricians and outside machinists in 8 weeks, free of charge. It started in 2016 with funding from the U.S. Department of Labor, and as the chart shows, has grown exponentially, and last year was 945 graduates, a pace that is continuing as I speak here today in 2024. Mr. Speaker, what is so special about MPI is that its classes operate in the late afternoons and evenings at Grasso Tech. After the tech school programs end at 2 p.m. and the students go home on their buses or with their parents, the MPI students arrive to use the school's welding booths, machine tools that otherwise would lie fallow. It is a brilliant, efficient way to use the facilities to keep the training and hiring process moving forward. And what is the outcome of all this? Mr. Speaker, our submarine industrial base is picking up the pace of production. A month ago, USS New Jersey was delivered to the Navy. USS Massachusetts and Iowa are on track for delivery by the end of 2024. And that's the 24th, 25th, and 26th Virginia sub. And the 27th and the 28th are slated for delivery in 2025, the USS Idaho and the USS Arkansas. 5,300 hires last year with 86% retention, 5,200 hires on track for this year with 90% retention, and 5 attack submarines to be delivered over a 2.5-year period. It is a great testament to the American worker who, as in times past, has overcome the skeptics and stepped up to keep Freedom's Forge moving forward. To all the 200-plus students who now have the clearance badge to show up for work in Groton, congratulations on a job well done. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, without the uniformed volunteers of the Coast Guard Auxiliary, our nation's borders and waters would be less safe than they are today. As the grandson of a Coast Guardsman and the stepson of a Coast Guard auxiliarist, I rise today to recognize the Coast Guard's selfless service to our nation's waters by the Coast Guard Auxiliary and to celebrate the 85th anniversary of their valiant service. In 1939, as our nation approached the Second World War, Congress established a U.S. Coast Guard Reserve composed of unpaid volunteer U.S. citizens who owned motorboats and yachts. 2 years later, in 1941, Congress created a military reserve and renamed the original volunteer reserve to the Coast Guard Auxiliary. Since that historic era, the Coast Guard Auxiliary has played an ever-increasing role in supporting the growing and evolving missions of the Coast Guard, missions that protect the nation, our waterways, and all who operate on them. For 85 years, Coast Guard auxiliaries have notably offered their time, effort, and personal resources to support Coast Guard missions whenever and wherever needed. Coast Guard auxiliaries have earned our nation's profound gratitude and admiration by demonstrating extraordinary dedication to advancing the National Recreational Boating Safety Program, the welfare of the entire Coast Guard family, and securing the public trust. The auxiliary has also demonstrated unparalleled resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic, emerging stronger, ready to accomplish new tasks, and determined to achieve new heights. In recent years, they have expanded their support activities, delivering critical medical and cyber support to Coast Guard operations alongside their standard of work of promoting recreational boating safety, increasing public education in safe and responsible boating practices, and helping to reduce overall boating accidents and fatality rates. Our nation has witnessed the auxiliary's extraordinary dedication when its uniformed volunteers provided disaster response and recovery support following Hurricanes Ian and Nicole in 2022, along with their unprecedented contributions to humanitarian missions at our nation's southwest border and Operation Vigilant Sentry. I'm proud to represent a district full of Coast Guard installations, including Eaton's Neck, Shinnecock, and Montauk. The dedication of the sailors at these stations is crucial for maintaining the safety and security of our waters, for which our community is profoundly grateful. I'm proud to represent our coasties and their families in Congress and serve on the Homeland Security Committee, where I can best serve their interests and promote their well-being. Mr. Speaker, we can never thank these brave men and women enough for all they do to help keep our community safe. So please join me in paying tribute and honoring the Coast Guard Auxiliary, whose 85th anniversary is on June 23rd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the first National EMS Week and honor the first responders delivering urgent, life-saving care to people across our country. I want to recognize a constituent who embodies the courageous and dedicated spirit of our emergency medical services professionals. Last month, Delco's own John Goddard, an EMS professional with Riddle Emergency Services at Mainline Health, was awarded the Pennsylvania Paramedic of the Year Award. John has served our community for nearly 3 decades, including as a flight paramedic and as a trainer and mentor for the next generation of EMS professionals. Since starting as a volunteer in 1996, John has shown up for our community day in and day out, delivering compassionate critical care to alleviate suffering and make our community safer. It was heartwarming to attend the ceremony at which John received his award and to see the love and respect in which his colleagues and his family hold him. Thank you, John Goddard, for your devotion to serving our community and inspiring the next generation of EMS professionals. We're lucky to have you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a constituent who just earned the prestigious 2024 Pulitzer Prize for Music. Composer and multi-instrumentalist Tashawn Sori was awarded the 2024 prize for his composition Adagio for Wadada Leo Smith, which premiered in March 2023 at Atlanta Symphony Hall. Sori is known for his extraordinary ability to blend composition and improvisation in his work and for his effortless mastery of highly complex scores. The Pulitzer Board described Sori's work as an introspective saxophone concerto with a wide range of textures presented in a slow tempo, a beautiful homage that's quietly intense, treasuring intimacy rather than spectacle. This Pulitzer is just the latest addition to Sori's list of accomplishments. It comes 1 year after he was named a Pulitzer finalist for his acclaimed composition, Monochromatic Light Afterlife. He was a 2017 MacArthur Fellow, and after the 2018 Opera Philadelphia premiere of his Cycles of My Being, a set of songs exploring the African-American male experience, he was named the Opera Company's Composer in Residence from 2019 through 2023. He currently serves as the Presidential Assistant Professor in the Departments of Music and Africana Studies at the University of Pennsylvania, where he maintains a vigorous touring schedule in addition to his academic duties. In the future, Sori plans to continue pushing boundaries, extending cultural norms, and reformulating public perceptions of modern Black creative practice through the breadth and depth of his works. Congratulations, Mr. Sori, on this prestigious and well-deserved recognition. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the remarkable career of Lynn Navarro, who retired on May 21st after 35 years in education, including serving as athletic director at Murfreesboro High School since 2001. Born and raised in Murfreesboro, Lynn was a 3-sport athlete in Murfreesboro High, earning 8 varsity letters and the record for yards passed in Southern Illinois. He graduated in 1984 and continued his athletic career at Millikan University in Decatur, playing football and baseball. After earning his bachelor's degree in 1988, Lynn returned to his hometown and pursued a master's degree at Southern Illinois University, which is where he developed his love for coaching. Lynn's dedication to coaching and education took him to several schools, including Unity Point, Edwards County High School. Over 2 decades ago, he returned to Murfreesboro High School as athletic director, a role he excelled in. Under Lynn's leadership, Murfreesboro Red Devils amassed 77 Southern Illinois river-to-river conference championships, 39 regional championships, and several state final appearances. But Lynn's commitment went beyond titles and trophies. He was a fixture at community events, supporting local athletes and ensuring every game was a memorable experience. His planning and passion for sports created an electric atmosphere, making every event special for players and fans alike. Beyond his professional life, Lynn is a devoted family man. He and his wife, Cindy, his high school sweetheart, raised children Drew and Emily. Lynn's pride in watching them compete as Red Devils is a testament to his love for both family and community. Lynn left an undeniable mark on Murfreesboro High and our community, and I am proud to call him my friend. Though you're retiring, your legacy will live on. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Lynn Navarro on his retirement and a job well done. As Lynn always said, once a Red Devil, always a Red Devil. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Ross. I rise this morning, or early afternoon, to talk about the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children, and the program that provides more disability benefits to our veterans than the VA. I'm talking about Social Security, Mr. Speaker, and this might be news to some of the viewers in our audience and at home, but Congress has not acted to enhance Social Security in more than 53 years. Richard Nixon was the President of the United States the last time Congress acted on this much-needed benefit, the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. Instead, what we find is our colleagues on the other side, the Republican Study Commission, has said that what we need to do is cut Social Security by $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years. $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years. In the process, Speaker Ross, what they've done also is said that, yes, and initially what we need to do is to, well, raise the age of people. What they don't tell the recipients is for every year you raise the age, that's a 7% cut in benefits. So what they've proposed is a 21% across-the-board cut to Social Security. My good friend Jody Arrington, chairman of the Budget Committee, and the Budget Committee meets this week, and I hope they get to explore the myths regarding Social Security. It has nothing to do with the debt or the deficit of this country. And the actuary, the chief actuary, will lay that out. Speaker Ross, you might be surprised to know that in your district there's over 179,000 recipients. In your district, that brings in $306 million monthly. And where do they spend that money, Mr. Speaker? Right back in your district. They go to the pharmacy, they go to the grocery store, they put gas in their tank, they pay their rent, they pay their mortgage, and they haven't had an increase since 1971. It's long overdue for Congress to act. The president has put forward a proposal. Democrats have a proposal. All we need to do is vote. If you got a better idea, for all means, put it out there. But if you don't, at least allow a vote to take place so you can minimally help out the people in your district. On average, every member of Congress gets more than $200 million monthly that comes into your district. There's no better economic development plan for people in your district because of where they're going to spend that money. Nobody gets wealthy on Social Security. The average for a male is $18,000, for a female is $14,000, and for more than 5 million of our fellow Americans, they get below poverty level checks from the wealthiest nation in the world. You're out proposing cuts for the very wealthy, the top 1%. And won't even take care of the 5 million people who have paid into a system and get below poverty level checks. And while we're speaking of tax cuts, as Mr. Arrington, I noted to him, how about the 23 million Americans that will receive a tax cut under the Democratic plan? How about we look at working Americans and give them a tax cut in their retirement instead of double taxing them on Social Security? 23 million Americans will benefit directly from this program that we've put forward. President Biden has said that we'll pay for this as well by lifting the cap on people making over $400,000. Now, to understand this, as Linda Sanchez said in the committee the other day, for those expensive professional football or baseball players, for a baseball player, he's done paying Social Security after his first at bat, while the rest of America continues to pay into the system. But there are several millionaires and billionaires who circumvent the law completely and pay nothing into Social Security. While meanwhile, those men and women who defend this nation, the firefighters, the police officers, and the school teachers, many of whom have been double victimized by weapon GPO. We repeal weapon GPO. How about a vote, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 18 months, House Republicans have worked to create a border that is secure and a nation that is safe. Throughout that time, President Biden has ended the Remain in Mexico policy. He has thrown open our borders to a record number of illegal immigrants, and he has allowed billions of dollars in cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl to enter through our porous borders. Now, amid his failing poll numbers, President Biden is issuing an executive order on the border crisis in a very lame attempt to save his struggling campaign. These half-hearted policies are too little, too late, and do nothing to stop the surge in illegal immigration and drug smuggling that have put each and every American at risk. Since President Biden took office, there have been 1.8 million known gotaways, which is higher than the combined total of known gotaways in the previous 10 years. Instead of offering up political stunts, it is time for the president to support H.R. 2, the Secure Border Act, which would build the wall, it would end catch and release, and would give our Border Patrol agents the tools that they need to keep America safe. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as we mark the 80th anniversary of, we are reminded of the incredible sacrifices that were made by the soldiers, the sailors, the airmen and Marines that fought for the freedoms that occurred because of that success of World War II. And one of those men was Sam Worley. As a part of an intelligence unit, Sam Worley worked to decode classified messages and organize the bomber squadrons and their fighter escorts that helped pave the way for the Normandy landings. This week, Sam will celebrate his 103rd birthday. Since returning home to Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, Sam Worley has become an important member of the Franklin County community. In addition to his 34 years at the Valley Bank and Trust Company, Sam Worley served 8 years as chairman of the Franklin County Board of Commissioners. He served more than 20 years as a representative on the Chambersburg Borough Council, culminating in his service as a Chambersburg, Pennsylvania mayor. Sam Worley remains to this day heavily involved with a variety of local groups and organizations, including the YMCA, the Kiwanis, the American Legion, and the Masonic Lodge. He also attends and speaks at many veterans events and public gatherings. On behalf of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I wish Sam Worley a happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Pacific Islander, I wish to recognize the significance of June 12th as Philippine Independence Day and the relationship that the U.S. and the Philippines share. As a founding member of the United Nations and member of many international global security organizations, the Philippines has long been a bastion of freedom in the Pacific as a close friend of the United States. It is well known that the horrors of World War II affected the entire world. In the Pacific, many island nations and territories were conquered by the Imperial Japanese forces, and many suffered under their occupation. In the face of such harsh conditions, Pacific nations like the Philippines and territories like Guam preserved an unbreakable spirit that could not be rivaled. In 1945, Filipino guerrilla fighters, with the help of Allied forces, broke free of their shackles and forced their occupying forces away, despite 4 years of atrocities. Ever since then, the Philippines has been a bastion of freedom and an integral part of keeping the world safe. June 12th, the day Emilio Aguinaldo declared independence from Spain in 1898, represents more than just a free Philippines. It demonstrates to the world that an independent nation can withstand whatever challenges comes its way. Yet because of their unwavering commitment to the principles of freedom and democracy, the Philippine government and the people face daily harassment from the People's Republic of China. As the PRC continues to expand its military presence within the region, Pacific nations like the Philippines need our support. As gray zone attacks, like breaches of exclusive economic zones, cyber warfare, and maritime militias in South China Sea continue to increase. U.S. support for our friends of the Philippines is paramount to securing Indo-Pacific. With the Philippines Independence Day this Wednesday, recognizing the Philippines' ongoing fight for freedom is the first step to securing the region and deterring aggression within the region. In light of such an important event and day, I would like to wish Happy Independence Day to our friends in the Philippines who just crossed into the 12th of June, and an early Happy Independence Day to those who celebrate in the United States. As co-chair of the U.S.-Philippines Friendship Caucus, I would like to thank my colleagues whose continued support makes our alliance with the Philippines strong. Your support for Resolution 837, reaffirming the ties between the United States and the Philippines, as well as a resolution I will be introducing today to commemorate Philippines Independence Day, is vital for maintaining a free Pacific. In closing, I encourage my fellow members of Congress to co-sponsor these two resolutions. And Happy Independence Day to our friends in the Pacific. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay a debt of gratitude to a terrific public servant, a trusted advisor to me and to many others in public service, and someone that has become a very close friend of the Pence family. Kyle Robertson, my chief of staff, is departing our team after decades together in politics and here in Washington, D.C. Here on Capitol Hill, Kyle's wise counsel has guided me from day one, and under Kyle's exemplary leadership, I'm proud that our office has built a reputation throughout Indiana's 6th congressional district for putting constituent services first. His leadership will be missed by every member of our staff and so many other people here in the House Republican Conference and up on the Hill. Kyle, I'm going to miss you every day that I'm here and you're not. But our loss is Indiana's gain. Kyle and his family have made the decision to move home to Indiana. And I'm pleased the Robertsons will be close by, reachable, and I can bother him there. And I'm confident that his leadership will continue to be in demand throughout the Hoosier State and beyond in the next endeavor he's going to embark on. And Kyle, I say this to you, well done, good and faithful service. Thank you for everything you have done for me and my family. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Gordonsville High School Tigerettes for winning the TSSAA Division I Class 1A State Championship in softball for the second year in a row. Gordonsville, Tennessee is known as a title town for having won 10 state championships in their history. This year, Titletown has another jewel in its crown thanks to the Gordonsville High School Tigerettes. This is the second consecutive state championship win for this team, which beat Eagleville by a score of 5-2 last year and Joe Burns High School by a dominating 11-1 score this year. The Lady Tigers came to the field in the championship game with a can-do spirit and the goal of getting started early, and they sure did. This is the fourth time the Tigerettes have made it to the state championship game in recent years, with the first trip resulting in an agonizing 2-run loss. Afterward, Coach Jonathan Bush made it his mission to raise the expectations for the program and challenge the girls to reach new heights. The results speak for themselves. 3 state titles. I am proud to represent Gordonsville, Tennessee, and take much pride in the success of the community, the families that live there, and its home team champion. Again, congratulations to the Gordonsville Tigerettes, the 2024 TSSAA State Softball Champions. Mr. Speaker, last week, President Biden signed an executive order to limit the number of asylum seekers that are allowed to enter the United States in one day. The number is 2,500. I have many concerns about the timing of this action and about the open border policies that created this mess. But I want to first address that number. If that so-called limit was enforced each day for a full year, 912,500 immigrants would still likely be admitted into the United States, and that's before all of the loopholes and exceptions in his executive order are even considered. This will drive the number even higher. The Biden administration would have you believe that this new policy will really crack down on the flow of illegal immigration into our country, but its effect will be marginal. At best, the policy will slightly downgrade the unmitigated catastrophe at our southern border back to a mere full-blown crisis. The move confirms what House Republicans have been saying for 3 years. President Biden created this border catastrophe by using his executive powers to reverse the Trump border policies that were actually working, like construction of a border wall and the Remain in Mexico policy, And the president could use these same executive powers to re-implement those Trump border policies to again make the border much more secure. But unfortunately, this weak effort doesn't even come close. President Biden's gross mismanagement of the border has sent a message to the entire world to just come on in. The result? More illegal immigrant encounters every month under this administration than the worst month under the previous administration. Under President Biden, there have been more than 9.5 million illegal immigrant encounters at our borders. More than 7.8 million of them were reported at the southern border alone. We know at least 1.8 million people have managed to evade U.S. Border Patrol. And over 350 people who have tried to enter the country also were on the terror watch list. And the administration isn't done setting records. So far this fiscal year, there have been a record-breaking 27,583 communist Chinese nationals encountered at the southern border. That's an increase of about 8,000% from just 3 years ago. From the deadly fentanyl that's flowing across the border to the cartels making record profits from human trafficking, this has had a devastating impact on countless men, women, and children. There are many human costs resulting from the open border. There's also an actual monetary cost of more than $150 billion each year, costing each U.S. taxpayer an average of $1,156 each year. The American people see this announcement for what it is, an election year public relations gimmick and a belated admission that there is indeed an unmitigated crisis at our southern border. Fortunately, the American people will have their own chance to secure the border this November. Thank you, and I yield back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Congressional Art Competition began back in 1982, and since then more than 650,000 students have entered. As we speak, the winning art from 435 districts is being displayed in the tunnel here that connects our office buildings. Our office wanted to do something different, Mr. Speaker, something that would instill patriotism back in America, especially for our young people. So our 4th Congressional District of Missouri is starting the Congressional Art District. I hope it catches on with other members here. These are students from all over our district that have entered this contest. We had a big turnout for this. The assignment, What America Means to Me. This week I'll be reading the top 10 speeches from these individuals. From Maddie Arnett, 10th grade, Climax Springs High School in Camden County. America the Beautiful is a nation that deeply values the principles of freedom and equality. These values were earned through tireless efforts of its people, making it a place where individuals can pursue their dreams and aspirations. Working towards building a better life for themselves and their families, the iconic Star-Spangled Banner asks, "Oh, say, does that Star-Spangled Banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave?" That question is a powerful reminder of the country's ongoing commitment to these very values. While the interpretations of what America means to me vary, one thing is certain. It continues to inspire hope and optimism for a bright future. Mr. Speaker, next up in our speech contest is Brooklyn Garrison, 10th grade, Concordia High School in Lafayette County. America to me embodies the promise of opportunity and the pursuit of dreams. It's a land in which diversity thrives, where people from all walks of life come together to build a better future. It's a beacon of freedom where individuals have the right to speak their minds, worship as they please, and chase their ambitions without fear of persecution. America symbolizes resilience, overcoming challenges, and striving for progress. It's a place where innovation flourishes, where the impossible becomes possible, and where the spirit of entrepreneurship thrives. America is not just a country. It's an idea, a belief in liberty, equality, and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Our next winner in our speech contest is Jackson Deckard, 11th grader from Warsaw High School in Benton County. Early on, I had an interest in serving my country to preserve our freedoms. I was raised in a patriotic, God-loving home with family members serving before me. To me, America is a land of freedom. Citizens have the freedom to make their own decisions and opinions. This gives citizens pride and patriotism unlike any other country. Pride and patriotism that gives citizens the drive to follow their dreams. My dream is to attend a military service academy, to become a fighter pilot for our great nation. Whatever your dreams are, I encourage you to chase those dreams. In America, there are no limits to how far you can go. And our last finalist winner for today is Jack Schroeder, 12th grader from Smithton High School in Pettis County. To me, the United States of America is a beacon that shines its light across the world, showing the world what life can be like. A life where everyone can have the same opportunities. Parts of the world have been blocked off from the light, whether from their actions or ours, but regardless of what blocks the light, we simply shine brighter. We've shown our capabilities of bringing our message and ideals to some of the darkest corners of the world, whether they be domestic or abroad. Regardless of what we must sacrifice, we've always held our ideals close to our hearts and fought for the repressed and oppressed people to have the same rights and liberties that we do. To me, America is a beacon of liberation. It's great to be able to get up here and speak the words of our young people. Patriotism is still alive in America. And later this week, Mr. Speaker, we'll have the 6 remaining finalists for our speech contest, something I hope the rest of Congress picks up and runs with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks, which you already recognize. Thank you. Thank you. I rise to honor Blaine Moeller, who passed away at 60 years young and dedicated his career to protecting our community. He grew up in Orange, attended Peralta Middle School, and graduated from Villa Park High School. He attended the Police Academy at Golden West College and served in the Santa Ana Police Department for 31 years. A lover of motorcycles, Blaine then became a California Highway Patrol motorcycle rider instructor and opened a motorcycle school in Anaheim. An avid sports fan, he could be found cheering on his favorites, the Green Bay Packers, Florida State, and the Lakers. He was a devoted father, son, brother, and uncle. Blaine leaves behind 2 children, Taylor and Courtney, his mother, Marcia, and siblings, Lori, Darren, and Todd. I join his family in mourning his passing and honoring his legacy. I rise to honor the life of Otto Frederick Warmbier as we approach the 7th anniversary of his tragic death at the hands of the North Korean regime on June 19, 2017. Otto was a dedicated young man, graduating as salutatorian of his high school in Ohio before attending the University of Virginia. While on a school tour in North Korea in 2015, Otto was imprisoned and tortured by the North Korean regime. He died a few days after his release at just 22 years old. Otto experienced what no human being should ever have to go through. While he's no longer with us, his family carries on his legacy with their advocacy and strength. We remember and honor Otto always. 우리는 Otto를 영원히 기억할 것입니다. With that, Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy Lord, in this moment in time, in all times, may we bless you. May our praise for you be continually in our mouths, and may all that our souls boast for boast in you, O Lord. May our words magnify you, that all would know of our love for you and would then desire to exalt your name with us. We need only remember that when we seek you, you answer us. By your grace, you deliver us from all our fears. We need only to look to you, and our faces will be radiant with your light. In light of your mercy, the darkness of our shame disappears. Attend to us this day. Encamp your angels around us. Deliver those who fear you from the snares of those who would do us harm. Save us from every trouble we will face. Then may we taste and see that you, O Lord, are good. Happy are we when we take refuge in you. With your name on our lips, we offer to you our prayers for this day. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in pledging our allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, affordable housing continues to be a problem for Tennesseans, and unfortunately, it's getting worse. The cost of owning a home continues to climb, putting the American dream out of reach for millions of Americans. The cost of a new home in February 2020 averaged $332,000. Now, 4 short years later, that average is $434,000. This is a direct result of the Biden administration's out-of-control deficit spending. Inflation was at 1.9% prior to this administration. It's risen 20% since. In Tennessee, families are now paying $22,277 more a year on average for the very same goods they were buying in January of 2021. This makes buying a home just that much more difficult. Mr. Speaker, it's time for this administration to put the credit card down and enact policies aimed at restoring the American dream. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I joined the graduation ceremony for the proud class of 2024 at Lahaina Luna High School. For the 225 seniors and hundreds of family members, students, faculty, and alumni, this evening honored the resiliency of this community. From the depths of the COVID-19 pandemic in freshman year to the tragic fires that struck the day before the start of senior year, this graduating class has been tested in so many ways. But they persisted, and they made it. And now these students will go off into the world to make their mark. The valedictory speaker, Mr. G. Abara, started his speech by ripping it up. Life is uncertain, he said. These words hit close to home for a community all too familiar with uncertainty. Abaro will now study disaster preparedness and emergency management at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu. What was a passion before the fires has only become a calling to give back to his hometown. It's a common theme for his entire class of brave young students. Colleagues, join me in congratulating Lahaina Luna's class of 2024. Their perseverance, courage, and strength give us all so much hope for Lahaina's recovery in the years to come. Mahalo, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I rise to congratulate Samuel and Saul Maldonado and their exceptional company, SAM Engineering and Surveying, or SAMES for short, for receiving the Department of Energy's prestigious Hub Zone Small Business of the Year Award. Founded in 2008 and based in McAllen, Texas, SAMES is a minority-owned small business providing top-tier construction, engineering, and surveying services. With over 100 employees across 4 locations, SAMES has grown into a nationally recognized, award-winning leader in its industry, proving that it is still possible to live the American dream. Congratulations once again to Samuel and Saul Maldonado and to SAMES. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, every year since 1996, Congress has failed to pass our annual spending bills on time. And every year since 1996, despite work still left to be done, August rolls around and Congress goes home, kicking the can down the road and leaving funding for our federal government to another day. Mr. Speaker, let's fix how Washington works and remain in D.C. until our budget work is done and completed this year. We must fix how Washington works. That's why I'm introducing the Do Our Job Act. If our work is not done, we must not go home in August. Let's show the American people that we're serious about reducing our debt and keeping our government running. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 2051, an act to authorize the Missing Children's Assistance Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Easy peasy.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions until a later time. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7988, the Small Business Procurement and Utilization Reform Act of 2024.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 453, H.R. 7988, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to include requirements relating to new small business entrants in the scorecard programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, will each control 20 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I will ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection,
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7988, the Small Business Procurement Utilization Reform Act, also known as the SPUR Act, sponsored by Representative Stauber and Gluesenkamp-Perez. Small businesses are vital to the health and resiliency of America's industrial base. Broad and robust small businesses participation ensures that America can continue to lead the world in innovation and defend us against foreign adversaries. However, small businesses are getting squeezed out of the industrial base at a staggering rate, a direct threat to America's dominance. There are just half as many small businesses participating in the industrial base as there were just a decade ago. This downward trend is a culmination of years of bad government policy and is being made worse by the Biden administration's regulatory onslaught, dissuading small businesses from even considering participating in the federal marketplace. The SPUR Act is a critical step into looking under the hood of the government and bringing accountability to agencies. By grading agencies on how many contracts have been awarded to small businesses for the very first time, we will bring together a great focus on reversing the declining participation from small business in the industrial base. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for H.R. 7988 and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Today, we're considering H.R. 7988, which requires SBA to consider new small business government contractors when grading a federal agency's performance toward meeting its small business goals. The government has roughly 40% fewer small businesses in the ecosystem than it did just a decade ago. This has been an ongoing challenge the committee has identified and sought solutions to reverse because the industrial base decline has produced negative consequences for both the government and small firms alike. Small firms lose out on the stability government contracting can provide, and the government loses out on the innovation and competition that a larger base of small businesses provides. Yet, despite this decline, federal agencies award a record amount of contracting dollars to small businesses each year. This means fewer small businesses are getting larger contracts, and since contracts are getting larger, fewer smalls are willing and able to compete for them. This legislation is a productive step that will help break that cycle, and I commend Mr. Stauber and Ms. Perez for their work to craft a solution to this challenge. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Stauber from the great state of Minnesota.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today and speak in favor of my bill, the Small Business Procurement and Utilization Reform Act of 2024, also known as the SPUR Act. And I also want to thank my friend and colleague from Washington, Maria Gluesenkamp-Perez, for her support of this important legislation. Small businesses across the United States have a problem. Despite government agencies setting aside contract opportunities for small businesses, participation in federal contracting has plummeted by 50% over just the past decade. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They are the innovators, the job creators, and the driving force behind economic growth. In Minnesota, small businesses account for over 99% of all businesses and employ over half of the workforce. It is no exaggeration to say that the success of our economy is tied to the success of our small businesses. The federal government is the largest purchaser of goods and services in the world, and there is no better way for the government to support small businesses than to ensure they have every opportunity to contract with it. The scorecard system, which is used to determine if the government is doing a good job contracting with small businesses, needs improvement. Agencies are graded on the total number and value of small business contracts, yet they do not factor in small businesses who've won a federal contract for the first time. Without incorporating this into the agency's scorecard grade, we have no ability to tell whether the pool of small businesses are first-time contractors or multi-year contractors. If the government continuously rewards the small firms time and time again, if the government continuously rewards the same firms time and time again, a new small business that has a more efficient, less expensive way of doing things may be discouraged from entering the marketplace altogether. My bill, the SPUR Act, addresses this concern. It will require the SBA to account for the number of new entrants into the federal procurement space when it grades agencies for use in its scorecard. Too many federal agencies fall short of their goals for awarding contracts to small businesses, leaving billions of dollars in contracts out of reach of American small businesses and increasing the cost for taxpayers. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the SPUR Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume to Ms. Perez from Washington, the co-sponsor of the legislation.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mrs. Speaker, I rise today in support of the SPUR Act. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Stober, for introducing this bill. The SBA is ensuring that small businesses are given a fair shot at competing for federal contracting dollars. SBA publishes an annual small business procurement scorecard that grades each federal agency on their spending towards the goal and gives agencies a score for their performance. We all know that these federal contracts can be an incredible financial opportunity for our nation's entrepreneurs, but even though the amount of dollars awarded to small businesses has reached record highs, the number of small businesses and the industrial base has declined dramatically. Put simply, the federal government is not retaining current small businesses, government contractors, and new small businesses are not choosing to enter the federal market. This is a serious problem. For our local economies to thrive, it's important that we level the playing field and ensure that more Southwest Washington small businesses can benefit from these opportunities. This bill would require the SBA to include the number of new entrants into the federal market and the methodology for scoring each federal agency's small business performance. By way of example, after the 2020 pandemic hit, my husband and I spent basically the better part of a year on upgrades to our auto shop, including investments in infrastructure like ventilation systems to keep our employees and our customers safe. Our friends who own another auto repair shop instead spent the entire year learning how to navigate the contract system with the city. This is a perfect example of how it is a real loss to our communities and our local economies when small business owners have to spend a year navigating a bureaucracy and figuring out how to do business with the government. Our bill will help shed light on how successful federal agencies are making sure that new businesses see the value in contracting with the federal government and have the capacity to overcome the regulatory burdens to tap into these resources. I'm proud to co-lead this bill with Representative Stober, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
At the Department of Defense, GAO found that over a 10-year period, the number of small businesses participating in the defense industrial base declined by over 40%. The civilian agencies are seeing a similar decline. As a result, Questions have been raised about how to accurately measure the health of the industrial base and the scorecard's effectiveness for tracking small business contracting. The scorecard's current criteria include a year-over-year prime contract comparison goal, but it fails to count the award of a contract for the first time. This bill is intended to measure and include in the SBA's methodology for calculating an agency score for small business goals the number of small businesses who are becoming federal government contractors for the first time. By requiring a year-over-year comparison of new entrants rather than a single target, federal agencies will be compelled to continuously focus on bringing in new companies and addressing the barriers like contract size that prevent greater small business participation. I again applaud the work put into this legislation. It is a thoughtful product of bipartisan work. I thank Mr. Stober and Ms. Perez, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We must ensure that a greater number of small businesses are entering the government contracting space. By forcing agencies to recognize the shortcomings in awarding contracts to first-time suppliers of the federal government, I am hopeful that these numbers will begin to move back in the right direction. I urge all my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7988? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend rules and pass the bill H.R. 7989, the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 447, H.R. 7989, a bill to provide for a memorandum of understanding between the Small Business Administration and the National Council on Disability to increase employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7989, the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act. Individuals with disabilities are more likely to be self-employed than the average American, and across the federal government there are numerous programs and resources to assist American small businesses, yet many of these resources are not tailored to entrepreneurs with disabilities. In order to ensure that we are not leaving behind this population, this bill will increase coordination between the SBA and the National Council on Disability. And the National Council on Disability is an independent federal agency whose mission is to provide recommendations to policymakers on issues impacting individuals with disabilities. This bipartisan council is uniquely qualified to advise and assist the SBA in their pursuit of assisting individuals with disabilities achieve the American dream. I would like to thank Representative Molinaro and Pappas for their commitment to ensuring Congress works to pave the way to success for entrepreneurs and employees with disabilities. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I just would like to thank Representatives Molinaro and Pappas for introducing the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act. Earlier in the year, our committee heard testimony about the importance of supporting individuals with disabilities. Not only do they have the skills and desire to work, but hiring people with disabilities directly benefits the company they work for and the overall economy. Through this bipartisan legislation, SBA can collaborate with the National Council on Disability to help employers hire people with disabilities and provide much-needed support to these entrepreneurs. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Molinaro from the great state of New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank Chairman Williams for supporting this legislation. I rise today to support the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act. This is yet one more piece of legislation the House is taking up to build off of the work that we began when I served as county executive, our Think Differently initiative. And I do want to thank Representative Chris Pappas for not only his support and co-sponsorship of the legislation, but his partnership on issues of significance to those living with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities. The Think Differently initiative is a call to action. It's now a national model, seeking to break down barriers and create opportunities for those living with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities. The Think Differently About Disability Employment Act does just that. The bill requires the cooperation between the SBA and the National Council on Disability to expand employment and entrepreneurship opportunities for our disability community. Reports have shown, and we know, that nearly 70% of those living with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities are unemployed. They are relegated to the sidelines. Now, too many overlook the immense potential our disability community has, especially when it comes to supporting Main Street. Some believe that certain people can't achieve certain things because they presume that they can't. Nothing could be further from the truth. Employment and entrepreneurship opportunities allow individuals with disabilities not only to sharpen their soft skills and lead more independent lives, but they add value and benefit to employers. And the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act paves the way for lawmakers to assess the challenges our employees and entrepreneurs with disabilities face, while proactively seeking to ensure those with disabilities have the support they need to pursue careers and opportunities of their own. Again, I want to thank my colleague, Representative Pappas, for his partnership on this bill. Certainly urge my colleagues to support this common sense, bipartisan legislation. Too many living with disabilities are left on the sideline when a simple act of preparing them to enter the workforce or entering the workforce not only transforms and enhances their lives, but will advance the work, the opportunity within employers, small businesses, and certainly work to strengthen the national economy. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
Reserve my balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Pappas from New Hampshire, the co-sponsor of the legislation.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member and the chair for bringing this legislation to the floor, and I rise to urge support of this bipartisan bill that would make needed improvements in the way that federal partners coordinate and collaborate to support entrepreneurs with disabilities. The Think Differently About Disability Employment Act is a bipartisan piece of legislation I was proud to work with alongside Congressman Molinaro, and I want to thank him for his leadership on these issues. This legislation would require SBA and the National Council on Disability to collaborate to help people with disabilities pursue small business ownership and employment opportunities. Specifically, it would require SBA to report to Congress on the challenges entrepreneurs with disabilities face, better understand current resources available to them, and recommend ways to address the challenges and needs these entrepreneurs have. I remain committed to working across the aisle on behalf of our small businesses and continuing to bring the voices of our main streets to the halls of Congress to ensure we are meeting their needs and ensure that we're supporting them moving forward in the challenges that they face. This bipartisan bill is a common sense step. It's good for people. It's good for small businesses. I thank Congressman Molinaro once again for his leadership, and I urge the House to pass it today. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
And reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, approximately 44.1 million Americans are individuals with disabilities. It is important to ensure that all Americans are included and accommodated in the workplace and business community. However, only 26% of people with disabilities participate in America's labor force. One such way to improve these numbers is through entrepreneurship. There are about 1.8 million small businesses owned by people with disabilities in the U.S. Owning a small business is a major pathway for all Americans, especially people with disabilities, to achieve self-sufficiency. Today's legislation will require SBA to enter into an MOU with the National Council on Disability to promote entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for people with disabilities. I thank Mr. Molinaro and Mr. Pappas for their collaboration, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And from the start of this Congress, Representative Molinaro has been a strong advocate for individuals with disabilities. I'm thankful for his efforts in the Committee on Small Business to continue his work and ensure that federal resources are being used as effectively as possible so every entrepreneur has a chance to succeed. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7989? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7984, the Rural Small Business Resilience Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 446, H.R. 7984, a bill to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to improve access to disaster assistance for individuals located in rural areas and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7984, the Rural Small Business Resilience Act. This legislation will require the SBA to meet communities immediately following disaster, and it is no secret that Americans in rural communities face different challenges following disaster than their urban counterparts. It makes sense, then, that a one-size-fits-all outreach plan for the SBA is inadequate. The GAO confirmed that this in February 2024 report, reporting that starting with individuals in rural areas do not have and no assistance in availability from the SBA as they try to get back on their feet following a disaster. Now, the SBA's disaster loan program offers loans to help homeowners, renters, businesses, and nonprofits recover from physical and economic losses following a declared disaster. I'm grateful to Representative Pappas and Representative Bean for introducing this legislation so that rural Americans will have a full access to these resources when disaster strikes, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Today we're considering H.R. 7984, which will require the SBA to close out the GAO recommendation, ensuring that individuals in rural areas where a disaster declaration has been made have full access to assistance, including targeted outreach and marketing materials. SBA will have 1 year to close out the recommendation. On February 22, 2024, GAO issued a report examining how SBA's disaster loan program assists communities after disasters, disaster loan trends in rural and urban areas for fiscal year 2017 to 2022, challenges rural communities face after disasters, and SBA's action that address challenges. GAO found that rural areas have characteristics that make recovery difficult, and they face challenges in seeking SBA disaster assistance. And while SBA has taken steps to address challenges to recovery, including portable outreach centers, built-for outreach, and whole of SBA approach, this bill prioritizes SBA efforts to close out this GAO recommendation and focus on our nation's rural communities. I commend Mr. Pappas and Mr. Bean for their work on this bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Bean from the great state of Florida.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the chairman for yielding. Madam Speaker, summer is right around the corner, and you know what that means. Ice cream, going to the pool, going to the beach, baseball, and unfortunately, hurricane season. Now, we all know in baseball, you get 3 strikes and you're out. But for some small business owners, they could be out with just one major disaster strike. According to FEMA, 43% of small businesses never reopen after a major disaster, and an additional 29% go out of business within 2 years of the disaster. And that's why today I rise in support of H.R. 7984, the Rural Small Business Resilience Act, which I am proud to co-lead along with Representative Pappas from the great state of New Hampshire. This legislation will require the SBA to appropriately tailor marketing and outreach materials to rural communities following a disaster. In a recent report, the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, found that small businesses in rural communities are not aware of the vital assistance SBA can provide following a disaster, which could make or break whether they remain open or closed. The GAO recommends the SBA distinguish their marketing between rural and urban areas in their outreach and how they get the word out that we're here to help you. Thankfully, Representative Pappas and I have heard the message from GAO, and it's loud and clear. We have the right answer, and it's the answer small businesses may be looking for. That answer, Madam Speaker, is the Rural Small Business Resilience Act. I ask my colleagues to support small business and support small business owners by voting yes today on H.R. 7984. It could very well be a game changer for small business. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Pappas from New Hampshire, the sponsor of the legislation.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the ranking member and Chairman Williams for bringing this piece of legislation to the floor. I rise in support of bipartisan legislation that works to support our rural small businesses and entrepreneurs. In my state of New Hampshire, small businesses are our big business, and we must advance legislation that meets their needs and supports the economies of our local communities. I introduced this bill alongside Representative Bean as well as Representatives Golden and Mann, and I'm grateful for their leadership on this issue. This bipartisan bill would require the SBA to develop specific outreach policies and procedures for rural communities and ensure that rural small businesses have full access to SBA disaster assistance. It would specifically tailor outreach and marketing plans for the SBA's disaster loan program to address challenges rural communities face in accessing disaster relief. Rural small businesses face unique challenges, and we must ensure that we are taking every step possible to see that they have access to the full spectrum of resources and support, especially with regard to disaster preparedness and relief. As we continue to see extreme weather events impacting our communities, this legislation couldn't be more important, so I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill on the floor today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speaker, and I'm prepared to close.
Woman is recognized.
As witnesses over recent years, the number of and costs of weather and climate disasters, such as tornadoes and wildfires, have been increasing across the United States. Approximately 20% of the U.S. population lives in rural areas, representing 97% of land area, according to the 2020 census. GAO has recommended the SBA distinguish between rural and urban communities in its outreach and marketing to disaster areas. Such targeted outreach and marketing to rural communities can make a significant difference. I thank Mr. Pappas and Mr. Bean for putting Crazy Town Patterson antics aside and coming together to craft a bill that truly makes a difference for rural America. With that, I urge members to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And natural disasters are devastating, and it's important that Americans understand what resources are available regardless of where they live. I want to once again thank Representative Pappas and Bean for their work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7984? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose, does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8014, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 448, H.R. 8014, a bill to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to issue rules for canceled covered solicitations, to amend the Small Business Act to provide assistance to small businesses concerns relating to certain canceled solicitations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8014, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act, sponsored by Representative Mafumi and Alford. H.R. 8014 seeks to bring clarity to small business owners when an agency cancels a contract solicitation. Small businesses spend an incredible amount of time and resources preparing to bid on government contracts. When an agency cancels a contract solicitation, the small businesses that started preparing are left with nothing to show for their work. Furthermore, there is little clarity about what the agency will do with the products and services it originally intended to purchase. H.R. 8014 will require agencies to share with the SBA its future plans with the canceled solicitation and a justification as to why it was canceled, all while providing assistance to small businesses who are impacted by the cancellation by helping them identify similar contracting opportunities. Small businesses deserve to have a full understanding of what opportunities are available to them and to know how agencies will fulfill their buying needs. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for H.R. 8014 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to support H.R. 8014, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act, introduced by Mr. Mfume and Mr. Alford. This legislation requires the government to provide information to small business contractors when they cancel solicitations. The government has flexibility to change requirements and solicitations as needed when their circumstances change. While this flexibility is necessary, the small businesses take on the risk and can incur losses when it happens. Requiring an agency to disclose the reasons behind a cancellation and any plans for the work will provide small contractors with a little more information to adjust their business plans and operations accordingly. This is a common sense strategy to provide some relief to small contractors, and that is why I support this bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Alford from the great state of Missouri.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to thank Chairman Williams and Majority Leader Scalise for helping get H.R. 8014, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act, to this very House floor. I'm honored to serve on the Small Business Committee, especially having been a small business owner myself. The committee exists in Congress to champion Main Street and to make sure that the small businesses that employ about half of all Americans can continue to thrive. Madam Speaker, our role is to help lower the barriers to creating small businesses and to support small businesses that already exist. It's quite simple, and I think this bill helps in that. A major tool to help existing small businesses are government contracts, specifically set aside for small businesses. However, federal agencies cancel contract solicitations often with no warning and no reason, leaving the small businesses that spent thousands or tens of thousands of dollars and a lot of time preparing these bids and leaving them out in the cold. They have no idea why their deal did not go through. With this bill, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act, that will help address the problem. This legislation would require agencies to provide to the SBA a justification for canceled contract solicitations. Additionally, this would require the agency canceling the contract solicitation to disclose available information about plans to reissue similar solicitations. And finally, Madam Speaker, if the agency does not plan on reissuing a solicitation, the agency's Director of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization must assist the small business in identifying similar contracting opportunities. I'm proud to co-lead this legislation along with Mr. Nfume of Maryland and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill and supporting Main Street America. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Nfume, the ranking member of the Oversight, Investigations, and Regulations Subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My thanks also to Chair Roger Williams and to Ranking Member Nydia Velázquez for their cooperation in getting this piece of legislation to the floor. This amendment represents, in many respects, the sort of amendments that are bipartisan that have come about under their leadership, first in this Congress and then in the previous Congress when their roles had been reversed. It's a good process to have, and I honestly hope that other committees can follow the example here. The U.S. federal government, in case people don't know, is the largest customer in the entire world. The government spends more than $690 billion every year on products and on services that are required by law to have those services meet the application, meet the solicitation, and then be considered properly. The government requires also, by law, that itself gives equal consideration to businesses where applicable. So once an agency has been evaluated and assessed, their needs, their acquisition, their personnel, all of that goes into the formulation of a posting on the federal government system for award management. It's also commonly known as SAM.gov. That posting then is used to document and to track the eligibility of an individual or an entity to be able to receive federal funds. Now, winning a contract can secure for a small business tens of thousands of dollars for their products or their services where applicable, which also results obviously in huge financial gains. But the problem here is that this is not a simple feat. Successfully securing a government contract requires fortitude and tenacity over and over again, day in and day out, as small businesses do, to be able to take advantage of that solicitation. Now, not only can it take a long time for a small business to win their first government contract, but it also requires a significant amount of financial resources that have to be invested in the process. Some businesses in this country spend on average $80,000 to $130,000 just to be able to earn their first contract. They've got to get the right consultants. They've got to put together the right teams. They need the right expertise that goes out and beyond what their capabilities are. And it's work, work, work. Additionally, it can take small business owners up to 2 years to start making a return on that same investment. making the need for an adequate cash flow absolutely essential. And so you've got to be able to ride that tide, as many small businesses will tell you, and cash flow is a huge part of that. Now, despite prospective awardees' heavy lift, and it is a heavy lift, agencies on their own, unilaterally, without reason, can cancel the solicitation without ever disclosing why. And so the small businessman or woman, the small business or minority business is left on their own to recoup the money that they have put in and unable also to bid right away on something else. It leaves entrepreneurs in the dark. It causes them to be depleted of their resources and absent of any guidance on a path moving forward. The government doesn't say, okay, we've taken your solicitation, here's what you have to do. They just say we've canceled the solicitation. And then the small business entity has to figure out what they do next after that large investment. So small business owners, in my opinion, deserve better allies in the federal government. That's why Mr. Alford and I, the gentleman from Missouri, have put together on a bipartisan fashion way the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act. We think it is a remedy for a very serious problem. The act requires the Small Business Administrator to issue regulations that would provide for the disclosure of additional information when a small business solicitation is canceled. In other words, if you're going to make a unilateral decision, you got to at least tell the small businesses who have invested money in trying to apply for that why you did it. And we've got a good SBA administrator. I think that she just needs the right kind of language in a bill and authority to be able to do just that. So the bill would also require the Office of Small Business Disadvantage Utilization to help small businesses seek additional opportunities if a solicitation that they bid on is arbitrarily and unilaterally canceled. So I hope, and it's the hope of the gentleman from Missouri as well, that we are able to provide them with the opportunity they need to be able to continue to grow, develop their business, and the opportunity to be successful, rather than to be in a punitive situation where we offer a bait and then snatch it back after businesses are in fact vested on a course of winning a contract. Small businesses, needless to say, I know that Mr. Williams and Ms. Velasquez will agree, really have been the driving force in our economy. After all their hard work, they, I think, deserve the courtesy of disclosure from the federal government and its contracting agencies. And so I would urge all members on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of this, and I would yield back, Madam Speaker, any time I may have remaining.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, I am in support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this bill prevents small businesses from being left with nothing to show for contracting opportunities that never materialize for the one reason or another. It is my hope that this will increase the number of small businesses willing to take the leap of faith to compete for government contracts. Before I yield back, I want to thank Representative Mafumi for this bill and all the work he has done for small businesses throughout the years. Appreciate it very much. And while he may no longer be serving on our committee for the remainder of the 118th Congress, I appreciate his contributions that he has made throughout this year to American entrepreneurs, and he's my friend. And without that, I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8014? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 537, the Forgotten Heroes of the Holocaust Congressional Gold Medal Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 537, a bill to award a Congressional Gold Medal to 60 diplomats in recognition of their bravery and heroism during the Holocaust.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 537, a bill that will posthumously award the Congressional Gold Medal to the Forgotten Heroes of the Holocaust. Madam Speaker, on September 1, 1939, Adolf Hitler and the Nazis began their invasion of Europe, which started World War II and threw humanity into what would become one of our darkest periods in history. The Nazis sought the mass extermination of the Jewish people and wasted no time carrying out their vile plan. They hunted, rounded up, and sent Jews to concentration camps across Europe to be murdered in state-sponsored genocide that we now refer to as the Holocaust. However, a handful of diplomats from around the world took quick and heroic action to save Jews attempting to flee Europe. They resisted the anti-Semitic Nazi agenda, risking their families, careers, and lives to help innocent Jewish people flee persecution. Despite some receiving direct orders not to help the Jewish population, these diplomats issued passports and travel visas, set up safe houses and getaways to hide adults and children, and communicated with local communities to help fleeing Jews escape by traveling underground to safety. Because of the actions of these diplomats, hundreds of thousands of Jewish families in Europe escaped death at the hands of Hitler's Nazi regime. Although they were not the only ones who risked their lives to aid the Jewish community, today we celebrate 60 of those diplomats and honor their lives and actions with a Congressional Gold Medal. Sadly, anti-Semitism is an endemic and an unrelenting scourge on history, rearing its ugly head even today, just as it did 80 years ago during World War II. H.R. 537 honors those 60 diplomats who valiantly defied the systemic hatred by bravely doing what was right to stand up not only for the Jewish community, but of all mankind. It is my hope that their courage will continue to inspire Americans today. Madam Speaker, I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to support it as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 537, the Forgotten Heroes of the Holocaust Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Representative Salazar and myself, following the sacrifices honored over the weekend on the anniversary of the historic Battle of Normandy. Congress today has the opportunity with this bipartisan bill to honor 60 diplomats from around the world in recognition of their courage, devotion, and sacrifice to rescue countless of Jewish and other persecuted people during the Nazi occupation of Europe. The Holocaust was the genocide of over 6 million Jews and millions of others by the Nazis, and has come to symbolize the depths of human cruelty, dehumanization, and mass violence. We remember the lives of over 10 million victims of Nazi Germany's persecution and mass executions, and today we recognize some of those individuals who demonstrated humanity and courage. The diplomats recognized by H.R. 537 and honored with this medal come from across the world. They faced a choice between being complacent with their then Nazi occupiers or following their conscience. Risking their lives and careers, they chose humanity and became heroes. After the Nazis took control of Germany and waged war in Europe, diplomats and foreign officials were in difficult positions. The diplomats recognized today made the decision to directly confront their own governments, the Nazi occupiers, and sympathizers to protect and rescue Europe's persecuted Jews. From issuing visas and protective documents to establishing safe houses with hospitals, nurseries, and soup kitchens for Europe's Jewish population, these individuals often defied explicit orders from their superiors. Individually, these diplomats saved thousands of Jews from persecution.
With H.R. 537, each of us can honor their heroism and affirm for the whole nation how one person, one act of kindness, and one act of civil disobedience can make a difference. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Salazar.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to urge the passage of my bill, the Forgotten Heroes of the Holocaust Congressional Gold Medal Act. Anti-Semitism has always been a tragic feature of world history, but there was no greater display of anti-Semitism than when the Nazis tried to wipe out the Jews from the face of the earth. Hitler and his satanic advisors were the architects of one of the cruelest chapters in the history of humanity, called the Holocaust. We all know too well the horrors of that period, but we all often forget the remarkable individuals across the world who, at great personal risk, helped millions and millions of Jews escape the death camps. H.R. 537 recognizes 60 diplomats, right here, some of them, who use their positions and influence to help those under persecution escape death. How? By issuing fake visas or hiding them in the embassies. They simply smuggled the Jews destined for concentration camps out of the hands of evil. These heroes come from a variety of nations, including the United States, El Salvador, Mexico, Peru, Ecuador, Chile, Spain, Italy, Poland, Japan, and even Nazi Germany. They displayed undeniable courage and embodied the best of humanity during one of the darkest times of human history. But history, unfortunately, repeats itself. And today, denial of the Holocaust is at an all-time high, with 1 out of 5 Americans under the age of 30 believing it never happened. Meanwhile, anti-Semitic incidents in this country, in the United States, have gone up more than 300% since the terrorist attack on Israel last October. Honoring the heroes of the past help us acknowledge the Holocaust as a real event and serves today in the present as a chilling reminder of one of the devastating consequences of silence in the face of evil. Nonetheless, despite these unspeakable atrocities that define that period, people demonstrated, these people, that humanity also has the capacity for extraordinary acts of courage. By supporting this legislation, we will honor the memory of these unknown heroes. We will preserve the truth of the Holocaust for future generations, and we will continue to fight anti-Semitism in all its forms. Finally, I would like to acknowledge Abe Foxman and Ardre Dell, as well as my co-lead of this bill, the Honorable Congressman Richie Torres from the state of New York. Now I yield back my time. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Nebraska has no further speakers.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields. Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would just underscore the importance of this bill in reminding us of the evils that existed 80 years ago and still exist today, and the bravery that embodied and continues to embody mankind today. I thank the gentleman from New York, the gentlelady from Florida for introducing this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 537 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 965.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 965, resolution calling for the immediate release of Ryan Corbett, a United States citizen who was wrongfully detained by the Taliban on August 10, 2022, and condemning the wrongful detention of Americans by the Taliban.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, on August the 10th, 2022, Ryan Corbett was detained by the Taliban in Afghanistan. Ryan Corbett is a loving husband to Anna and father of 3 wonderful children, Ketsia, Miriam, and Khalib. In 2 weeks, his oldest daughter graduates from high school, and I spent quite a bit of time with the family. But instead of being home with his family right now, celebrating his daughter, he is suffering in a Taliban prison. Ryan Corbett and his family lived in Afghanistan for over a decade. He supported humanitarian efforts and provided opportunities for the Afghan people. He's a good man who has dedicated his life to helping others. He's not a criminal. And despite pressure to act from the committee I chair, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, it took over a year for this administration to declare Ryan as wrongfully detained. And after constant engagement with this administration, the Corbett family has yet to receive any information regarding a plan to secure his release. Many of these requests for meetings with high-level administration officials have been repeatedly ignored. This is unacceptable. This administration must put a priority on bringing Ryan and other wrongfully detained Americans home now. Ryan's situation is dire. Ryan's wife, Anna, reports his mental and physical health has significantly deteriorated in recent months. The Taliban has refused to allow Ryan the voice to advocate for himself. He has only spoken to his wife a handful of times since he has been detained. Ryan is being held in inhumane conditions in a tiny cell with unreliable access to food and no ability to go outside. He is fed only scraps to eat, and he has faced solitary confinement for weeks on end. Ryan is facing serious medical conditions, experiencing seizures, and often fainting. I want to assure Ryan's wife, Anna, along with his family, friends, and coworkers, that we will continue our fight every day until we bring him home. As a father of 5 children myself, I cannot begin to imagine the pain and suffering Ryan's family is feeling right now. This Congress and all Americans stand with Ryan. And that's why I'm proud to support this bipartisan resolution today that condemns the Taliban regime for its illegal imprisonment of Ryan and demands his immediate release. Calls upon the Biden administration to prioritize bringing all American citizens who are wrongfully detained overseas. The president must project strength on the world stage and secure the immediate release of Ryan. Anything less is a failure of American leadership. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of House Res 965 calling for the immediate release of Ryan Corbett, a United States citizen who the Taliban wrongfully detained on August 10th, 2022, and condemning the wrongful detention of Americans by the Taliban as well. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Representative Tenney, Chairman McCall for their work on this resolution, Ranking Member Meeks, and so many other people joining together in a bipartisan effort that highlights the Taliban's wrongful detention of Ryan Corbett. Ryan and his family made Kabul home for more than a decade, and in 2017, he founded a business consultancy focused on straightening Afghans' private sector out Anna Corbett spoke in front of our committee this past November and again in April at a roundtable for the families of detainees. She shared the harrowing experience she and her family have been through themselves, some insights she's gained into Ryan's conditions in a Taliban prison, and has continued to advocate with our government to continue to do all that it can to bring him home. And I know that the Biden administration has made the return of Americans detained overseas, including Ryan's case, a priority at the highest of levels, particularly for Special Presidential Envoy Hostage Affairs Roger Carstens and Special Representative for Afghanistan Tom West. I want to thank them for their focus on bringing American citizens wrongfully detained abroad home, and pledge to continue to work with them, Representative Tenney and others, to bring Ryan home too. Finally, I also want to thank our partners in Qatar who serve as our protecting power in Afghanistan and who have been key partners in helping secure the release of American citizens in Afghanistan and around the world. We're grateful for Qatar's ability to conduct occasional health and safety visits to Ryan and demand that the Taliban allow these visits much more frequently. Ultimately, we call on the Taliban themselves to release Ryan immediately and allow him to safely return to his family. I encourage our colleagues to join together in supporting this measure and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from New York, Representative Tenney, a member of the Committee on Ways and Means, the author of this measure, and the Corbett family resides in her district.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to the Representative for yielding. I rise in strong support of my resolution on the floor today and calling for the immediate release of Ryan Corbett, a United States citizen who was wrongfully detained by the Taliban on August 10th, 2022, and condemning the wrongful detention of Americans by the Taliban. This resolution demands the Taliban immediately and unconditionally release Ryan Corbett and all other wrongfully detained Americans from captivity. When I first heard of my constituent, Ryan Corbett, and his detention and about the brutal conditions he was facing from his lovely wife, Anna, I was heartbroken. Our community is heartbroken. Ryan was detained by the Taliban, as I said, on August 10th, 2022, after dedicating over a decade of his life and his family's life to helping the Afghan people start a self-sustaining local economy. To date, Ryan has never been charged with a crime. Ryan is being held in a 9 by 9 foot basement cell without regular access to a bathroom, sunlight, medical care, or decent food. Reports from now freed individuals who were detained with Ryan state that Ryan is in poor health with discolored extremities. He suffers from fainting and seizures and fading eyesight. Ryan has been held for over 670 days. Ryan has only had a mere handful of phone calls with his loving wife, Anna, and his 3 children, Katsia, Miriam, and Caleb, all of whom were my guests on the State of the Union this year. The Biden administration must do everything in its power to bring Ryan home and reunite Anna with her husband and their 3 wonderful children and have them spend time with their father in the way they should. I'm honored that 72 members on both sides of the aisle have joined me as original co-sponsors of this resolution, making it clear that freeing Ryan is a bipartisan priority. In crafting this resolution, I worked closely with the minority and majority staff of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and, of course, the Corbett family. I want to give my deep felt thanks to Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, and everyone in the leadership on all sides of the Foreign Affairs Committee for their support in helping this resolution come to the floor. I'm pleased to see that it passed the House Foreign Affairs Committee unanimously on February 6th. I urge all of my colleagues to support this resolution and show the Biden administration that Congress is paying attention and stands united in demanding Ryan's freedom. Further, this resolution will send an indisputable message to Ryan and all of our American detainees that Congress is there with us, they're thinking of you, they're praying for you, and they're continuing to work to secure your release. And I also want to acknowledge and thank Anna Corbett, her children, for their strength and their courage during these difficult days filled with uncertainty and anguish. and uncertainty about Ryan's health, his whether he will be returned. And I also just want to mention a special word of note. Anna is a true inspiration to everyone, not only her children, but everyone in our community. She exhibits incredible grace and resolve in an unimaginably difficult situation as the mother of 3 children and the wife of Ryan Corbett, who's been suffering this for over 670 days. And I also, again, want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and everyone who has joined in advocating for Ryan's release. And I encourage all my colleagues to support this common sense resolution. And thank you to everyone for your love and care of the Corbetts and the Corbett family. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Representative McGarvey, who has been a strong supporter for Ryan's release, working hand in hand with Ryan's father, who lives in his area.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Keating. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution and to call for the immediate release of Ryan Corbett and all unlawfully detained Americans. Today marks the 671st day that Ryan Corbett, an American citizen, has been wrongfully detained by the Taliban in Afghanistan. 671 days. You know, when you have these jobs, you never know who's going to call into your office. I learned of Ryan's capture when his father, Drew, called our office to let us know that his son was being unlawfully held by the Taliban. We were shocked. It is absolutely horrifying to get that kind of call, especially from another dad in my hometown. I can't imagine, as a parent, what it's like to have your child taken from you, knowing they're alive, knowing they're struggling, and knowing you can't get to them. To get that call, it just breaks your heart. The reality is Ryan's whole family deserves to have him home. Ryan has only been allowed 8 phone calls with his family since being detained in 2022, a total of 85 minutes in 671 days. We stand committed to bringing Ryan back for them. I'm so grateful to Representative Tenney for leading this resolution and for her persistence in fighting for Ryan, to Chairman DeCall and Representative Keating for their words here today, and I'm thankful for the Biden administration to working to get Ryan home as quickly as possible. To Ryan's dad, Drew, Ryan's wife, Anna, his children, Ketsia, Miriam, Caleb, and the rest of Ryan's family and friends, we're with you and we're fighting for Ryan. This is a bipartisan effort, an American effort, and we'll keep doing everything we can to bring Ryan home safely. Today, Congress sends a clear message. We must bring Ryan home now. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Hey, Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, a member of the Committee on Financial Services and an original co-sponsor of this measure.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Chairman McCall very, very much for assisting and his leadership in bringing this resolution to the floor and for his leadership on foreign affairs. I also want to thank Representative Tenney, my good friend, for everything she's done to advocate on behalf of Ryan Corbett, as well as Representative Keating and others who are engaged in this important resolution. I do rise today in strong support of this resolution, which calls for the immediate release of Ryan Corbett, who has been wrongfully detained by the Taliban since August 10, 2022. Ryan, who was originally from Susquehanna County in my district, relocated his family to Afghanistan in 2010 with the mission of assisting the Afghan population, eventually founding Bloom Afghanistan, a firm that provides consulting and microloans to Afghan small businesses. After evacuating his family in the wake of the Afghanistani withdrawal, Ryan returned to Afghanistan in 2022, during which time he was imprisoned by the Taliban and has been forced to endure the most inhumane conditions, rarely being able to communicate with his family, and he's never been accused of a crime. My team and I, and many teams, as you can see here, have been involved in efforts on behalf of Ryan Corbett. Anna Corbett, who's been mentioned here now several times, and her children, we've all met with many times. Anna Corbett is working tirelessly, covering every department that she possibly can, having meetings from the top people at the State Department to all members of Congress and within other nations' ambassadors, doing everything possible for the release of her husband, Ryan. Today, we continue to implore the State Department to use all appropriate pressure to ensure Ryan's release. Alongside calling for his immediate release, we do want to also recognize Qatar for their effort in helping free Ryan and facilitating many visits, calls, and medical check-ins. But the humanitarian funding from USAID for the Taliban should be, Madam Speaker, scrutinized, should be minimized, or perhaps terminated until all wrongfully detained Americans in Afghanistan are returned home. Ryan has been held hostage, as been stated, by the Taliban for 671 days. Any sign of appeasement from the Biden administration should be hardened, and we should deal from strength. We certainly need more stick and less carrot when it comes to the release of American hostages. We appreciate the work of the State Department, but we need to get the job done, and that means getting Ryan and other American hostages in Afghanistan home immediately. I urge passage of this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers at this time and am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
I reserve and will close after the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Once again, I want to thank the gentleman from Texas and for his leadership in the committee dealing with this, as well as Ranking Member Meeks. Madam Speaker, I want to close by expressing my deepest sympathy to Anna Corbett and all of Ryan's children, family, and loved ones. I can only imagine the pain that they must feel every day and the fear they have for Ryan's safety every day. The strength and courage they have shown in their commitment to securing his release is truly remarkable, and though nothing will ease their pain until Ryan's brought home, know that Congress stands with you. Know that we will not rest until he is home safely and reunited with you all. That is the mission of this resolution, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in strongly supporting this measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One American hostage is too many. We remember each one of them, and we will not rest until they are safely home. It is clear the Taliban are holding Ryan for their own political gain, to use him as leverage to extract concessions from this administration. Anna, who we all know very well, has appeared before the Foreign Affairs Committee several times to discuss Ryan's unjust imprisonment. She's bravely shared the horror story of her husband and his family and what they're living through day in and day out. A single day of unlawful detention is too long, and Ryan's nearly 2-year captivity must be resolved. Otherwise, we must question, what is the value of an American passport and citizenship if our government fails us in our greatest moment of need? We should be projecting power, levying sanctions, holding governments accountable for their human rights abuses. This administration at times has projected weakness on the world stage. It's hard to negotiate from a position of strength. Ryan's case is very dire. It's time to bring him home to his family and country. This resolution, as Mr. Keating stated, will send a very strong message to the Taliban that America, Republicans and Democrats alike, will not tolerate the illegitimate detention of American citizens. And our message is clear. Congress will not rest until Ryan is brought home. And to Ryan, to Anna, and her children, we stand with you. We have not and we will not forget you. It's hard to look at Anna in the eyes and her children knowing that her husband is under confinement, solitary confinement in Afghanistan under Taliban rule. So I urge my colleagues to stand with Ryan Corbett and support this measure. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 965? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Concurrent Resolution 27 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 27, concurrent resolution condemning Russia's unjust and arbitrary detention of Russian opposition leader Vladimir Kara-Murza, who has stood up in defense of democracy, the rule of law, and free and fair elections in Russia.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Kara-Murza has been locked away in Putin's gulags for over 2 years. His only crime was standing up for human rights and democracy in Russia. For speaking out against Putin's genocidal war of aggression against Ukraine. He is a lawful American permanent resident, and his wife and children are American citizens. We should all be deeply concerned by his unjust imprisonment. Mr. Kara-Murza is well known for his work exposing the Kremlin's corruption and fighting for a free and democratic Russia. Despite 2 assassination attempts, which nearly killed him and left him with permanent side effects that linger to this day, Mr. Kara-Murza has continued his brave work undeterred. He understands the importance of exposing Putin and his cronies for who they really are to the world. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, Mr. Kara-Murza immediately began shining a light on Russia's atrocities. Like many of us in this chamber, he knew he could not be silent as Russian forces raped and murdered their way through Ukraine. In response, the Kremlin alleged that he was spreading false information about the Russian military. In April 2022, Mr. Kara-Murza briefly and bravely returned to Russia to advocate against the war to his fellow Russians and was promptly arrested. That is what happens when you contradict the regime's narrative in a totalitarian state. Mr. Kara-Murza knew the risk, but he returned anyway. Since his arrest, he has languished in harsh prison conditions without adequate access to medical care. Last year, the Kremlin sentenced him to 25 years in prison due to his lingering side effects from 2 assassination attempts, as well as the awful conditions in Putin's gulags. This is effectively a death sentence. Unfortunately, Mr. Kara-Murza is just one of many political prisoners in Russia. All American journalists like Evan Gershkovich and Alsu Karamasheva and wrongfully imprisoned Marine Corps veteran Paul Whelan have all been detained by Putin's regime on bogus charges. They deserve our attention, and I call for their immediate release, in addition to Mr. Kara-Murza's. America must hold Russia to account for their continued aggression and war crimes against humanity. We need to do everything in our power to secure Mr. Kara-Murza's release, as well as the release of every unjustly detained American overseas. And so with that, I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my resolution condemning Russia's unjust and arbitrary detention of Russian opposition leader Vladimir Kara-Murza. He stood up in the defense of democracy, the rule of law, and free and fair elections in Russia. This resolution comes at a significant time as the Russian Vladimir Putin continues his unjust war of aggression against Ukraine and reprehensible crackdown on the Russian democratic opposition, both at home and abroad. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues who've co-sponsored this resolution and shown support for Vladimir Kara-Murza as he remains wrongfully detained in a Russian prison. This includes Representative Tom Kaine, Steve Cohen, Joe Wilson, the leadership in the committee of Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks. I'd also like to thank the entire Foreign Affairs Committee for their support of this resolution. I know the issue of political prisoners is a serious concern to the entire committee, and this resolution brings much to bear on the demonstrations of bipartisan support to standing in solidarity with Vladimir Kara-Murza and the thousands of political prisoners in Russia, Belarus, and around the world. This resolution strongly condemns Russia's wrongful detention of Vladimir Kara-Murza, and it calls for his immediate release. Vladimir is a champion of justice who fought tirelessly for democracy in Russia by Russians and for Russians. He did this for decades. As we've witnessed Vladimir Putin's waging of his war of aggression in Ukraine and the crackdown of freedom of expression at home, in that context, Vladimir Kara-Murza stands out as a free and independent voice of truth, exposing the Kremlin lies and oppression. During President Biden's State of the Union address earlier this year, I had the honor of being joined by pro-democracy activist Evgenia Kara-Murza, Vladimir's wife. She was my guest. Evgenia, her resolve and her courage was clear. And the stories she told me about Vladimir, as well as her own personal courage, only reaffirmed my commitment to advocate for his immediate release. In a March 2022 speech before the Arizona House of Representatives, Vladimir Kara-Murza presented a defiant condemnation of Vladimir Putin's malign policies and corrupt leadership. Following this brave speech, Vladimir returned to Russia defiantly to continue his work to achieve democracy in Russia. He was subsequently arrested and wrongfully charged for speaking the truth. Well ahead of his speech before the Arizona House, the Kremlin targeted Vladimir for his resistance and opposition. In fact, in 2015 and again in 2017, he survived 2 assassination attempts where agents of the Russian government attacked him. They attacked him with a military-grade poison. Despite the threats against his life and his 2022 detention, Vladimir continues to speak out from prison against the repression he and so many other Russians suffer for calling out Vladimir Putin's authoritarian actions and his illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Unfortunately, Vladimir Kara-Murza is not the only individual wrongfully detained in Russia. Paul Whelan, whose sister is a constituent and a tireless advocate on his behalf, has sat in a Russian prison cell for over 5 years as the Kremlin plays politics with his life. Journalist Evan Gorshkovich was imprisoned over a year ago simply for doing his job, and Radio Free Europe's Radio Liberty reporter Alsu Kurmashev continues to make her way through a sham trial existing today. It's simple. Journalism is not a crime, and this resolution stands in solidarity with all these wrongfully detained in Russia and Belarus for speaking the truth and calls for their immediate release. At the same time, remember those like Alexei Navalny, Boris Nemtsov, Sergei Magnitsky, and many others who have died at the hands of the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin's regime. Ultimately, this resolution represents a strong bipartisan show of support for Vladimir Kara-Murza and a redoubling of efforts to seek his immediate release. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve and prepare to close after the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
In closing, I want to again reflect on Vladimir Kara-Murza's work to achieve a true democracy in Russia, one made by Russians and built for Russians. In the face of death threats and physical attacks on his own well-being, Vladimir Kara-Murza remains a prominent figure in Russia's democracy movement. He stood up for the truth, speaking against Vladimir Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine and the Kremlin's comprehensive crackdown on free expression. As I said before, Vladimir's story is not only one of defiance, but one of Kremlin weakness. His story, his words, his vision terrify and threaten the Putin regime, and they undermine the fictitious Kremlin narrative regarding Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The facts show the true strength of Mr. Kara-Murza's moral conviction. Finally, as this resolution makes its way through the Congress, we call on the Russian government to immediately release Mr. Kara-Murza and all other Russian opposition leaders detained because of their opposition to the Putin regime. At the same time, wrongfully Americans like Paul Whelan, Evan Gershkovich, also Kurmasheva, must also be released. Journalism is not a crime, and we all know the rest of the wrongfully detained Americans. We know why they're there, and we want them to return home as soon as possible. I thank the Foreign Affairs Committee again for considering the resolution, the bipartisan co-sponsors who made the resolution possible, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the rest of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend, Mr. Keating, for authoring this important resolution that was unanimously adopted by the Foreign Affairs Committee by a vote of 47-0. We all know that Vladimir Putin is a dictator. He uses fear to hold on to power. Anyone that criticizes or questions him is imprisoned, silenced, or killed. Putin knows if free speech and dissent spreads, if the truth comes to light, that his despotic regime will lose its grip on power and the Russian people. We all know he killed Alexei Navalny. Putin saw him as a threat to his regime. Like Navalny, Vladimir Kara-Murza represents resistance to Kremlin's unchecked oppression. And that's why Putin has imprisoned him, because he's a champion for freedom. The vengeance of the Kremlin knows no bounds. Putin must stop using Cold War tactics to target innocent people as diplomatic pawns. I call upon the immediate release of all Americans detained abroad. And it is time to get Mr. Kara-Murza out of a Russian gulag and back home to his family. I urge my colleagues to stand united and join me in condemning Russia's illegal detention. This will send a strong message to Mr. Kara-Murza and to all wrongfully detained Americans in Russia that Congress will not rest until they are returned home to their families. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Concurrent Resolution 27 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The concurrent resolution is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-138.
Without objection. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 138, an act to amend the Tibetan Policy Act of 2002 to modify certain provisions of that act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, Each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the world is no stranger to the CCP's aggression. As they increase hostilities against Taiwan and other allies in the region, it is abundantly clear that the CCP seeks to dominate the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Just look at their military activities around Taiwan, their harassment of the Philippine ships in the South China Sea, and their support for Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. The CCP's long history of subjugation extends beyond Asia. The CCP has a long and violent record of oppression against the people of Tibet. In October of 1950, Chinese communist troops annexed Tibet, slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent Tibetans and monks. The CCP's ongoing oppression of the people of Tibet ultimately forced the Dalai Lama to flee to India. This persecution has continued to this day. In November, the CCP released a white paper on its policies in Tibet. In this document, the party doubled down on its oppression and crackdown on religious and economic freedom of Tibetans. Some of the actions taken by the CCP include setting up boarding schools to re-educate, quote unquote, Tibetan children, clamping down on the use of Tibetan language, restricting movement of Tibetans, and even attempting to insert themselves into the succession of the Dalai Lama himself. This white paper demonstrates the need for this bill, and I'm proud to have co-introduced this with Representative McGovern. The promoting a resolution to the Tibet-China Dispute Act helps Tibetans in several ways. It pushes back against CCP propaganda about the history of Tibet. The United States has never accepted that Tibet was part of China since ancient times, as the CCP falsely claims. This legislation clarifies U.S. policy and highlights the unique language, religion, and culture of the Tibetan people. It directs U.S. diplomacy to push back against CCP propaganda. In addition, it ensures Tibetans have a say in their own future. This bill stresses the need for a dialogue between the CCP and other democratically elected leaders of Tibet. Any resolution must include the wishes and voice of the Tibetan people. Tibetans are a democracy-loving people who wish to practice their religion freely and have their own wishes and desires acknowledged. I'm proud to have played a small part in supporting this dream for the Tibetan people. I want to thank Senators Merkley and Young, who passed this bill unanimously through the Senate. And I encourage all my colleagues to push back against the CCP's oppression of the Tibetan people and vote in favor of this bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, I rise in strong support of Senate 138, promoting a resolution to the Tibet-China Dispute Act, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise in strong support of Senate 138, a Senate companion bill to the bipartisan House bill H.R. 533, which the House passed this February. My good friend from Massachusetts, Representative McGovern, and Chairman McCall introduced H.R. 533, and I was proud to support its passage out of committee and on the floor last year. I'm glad the Senate has followed suit so we can get to this important legislation that addresses Beijing's severe ongoing repression of the Tibetan people and signed into law. For too long, Beijing has oppressed the Tibetan people and failed to honor its commitments to engage in meaningful dialogue with the Dalai Lama and his representatives regarding Tibet's future. I'm deeply concerned by Beijing's systematic efforts to erase the distant religious, cultural, linguistic, and historical identity of the Tibetan people. In a new effort to stamp out Tibetan identity, Beijing is closing local schools and uprooting children from their families by placing them in centralized Chinese boarding schools far from home. This is effectively preventing Tibetan parents and communities from passing down their language and heritage to the next generation. This forced assimilation has raised significant concerns for multiple UN special rapporteurs. They've warned that these residential schools function as a large-scale program designed to integrate Tibetans into dominant Han culture, violating international human rights. While Beijing employs these tactics to suppress Tibetan culture, it simultaneously propagates disinformation about Tibet and its history. H.R. 53 calls out Beijing's oppressive tactics and relentless disinformation campaign. This bill reinforces our unwavering support for the Tibetan cause and calls on PRC to engage in genuine dialogue with Tibetan representatives. It also strengthens the Tibetan Policy Act of 2002 by enhancing our public diplomacy efforts to counter PRC disinformation about Tibet. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the House Rules Committee, and the author of H.R. 533. Mr. McGovern.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of final passage of the Promoting a Resolution to the Tibet-China Dispute Act, legislation that I was proud to have authored. The House took the lead in considering this bill, passed it with an overwhelming majority last February, and sent it to the Senate. The Senate, in its wisdom, changed one paragraph, one. So the bill has come back to this chamber for final passage. I want to thank my incredible co-lead, Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman McCall, and Ranking Member Meeks for bringing this bill to the floor and for all of their incredible advocacy on behalf of the Tibetan community. And I welcome the opportunity to shine a light on this legislation once more as we send it on its way to the President's desk. It has been more than 60 years since the People's Republic of China forced the 14th Dalai Lama into exile and took control of Tibet against the will of its people. The dispute between the Chinese and the Tibetans over governance of Tibet has persisted ever since, even though the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan people have repeatedly expressed their willingness to engage in dialogue. Meanwhile, the PRC has done everything it can to erode Tibetan history, language, culture, and religion. In other words, to erase the Tibetans as a people. And this bill seeks to end that. One, by explicitly recognizing that the Tibetan people are a people with a distinct religious, cultural, linguistic, and historical identity. Two, by reminding everyone concerned that the Tibetan people have a right to self-determination under international human rights law. And three, by requiring the U.S. government to actively counter the PRC's propaganda about Tibet, like the false claim that Tibet has been a part of China since ancient times, a position that the United States has never accepted. With this bill, we hope to restart dialogue between Tibet and China, in keeping with long-standing U.S. policy. Mr. Speaker, the world is awash in conflict, and at the heart of many conflicts lies this systematic denial of a people's human rights. And the decades-old dispute between Tibet and China started as an armed conflict of invasion, resistance, and insurgency. In the long run, the only guarantee against the resumption of violence is for the PRC to fully respect the human rights and dignity of the Tibetan people. A vote for this bill is a vote to recognize the rights of the Tibetan people, and it is a vote to insist on resolving the dispute between Tibet and the People's Republic of China peacefully, in accordance with international law, through dialogue and without preconditions. So I urge my colleagues to please join me and the distinguished chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall, in sending these important messages in solidarity with the Tibetan people. And I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding me the time, and I yield back.
I'd like to thank the gentleman. There's been no more determined or erstwhile supporter for the Tibetan people than Representative McGovern. I thank him for his efforts, long-standing efforts on their behalf, which is really our behalf as well as a country. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With no more speakers, I'm prepared to close.
Recognized.
Speaker, for too long, the Tibetan people have suffered as Beijing systematically works to erase their religious, cultural, linguistic, and historical identity. The forced assimilation through centralized Chinese boarding schools and tearing children away from their families are beyond the pale. And it's a refusal to engage in meaningful dialogue with the Dalai Lama since 2010 that only highlights Beijing's blatant disregard for resolving the Tibetan question. This is an important and timely measure. I want to thank Senator Merkley, Representative McGovern, Chairman McCall, and all those individuals for getting this bill to the finish line. I also want to extend my gratitude to Speaker Emirata Nancy Pelosi for her unwavering support of this bill and her principled conviction to hold the PRC accountable for its human rights violations. I hope my colleagues will join with all of us in supporting this important bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body has always stood for the principles of free speech, independence, and individual liberty. I want to thank my dear friend, good friend, Mr. McGovern, for his efforts on this important legislation, as well as Ranking Member Meeks and Representative Bill Keating, who worked with me to advance this bipartisan bill. We are always strongest when we speak with one voice, as one nation in support of freedom and democracy. Tibet has a rich, peaceful heritage that the CCP attempted to erase when they invaded it in 1950. But they have failed. Their attempts to quash this vibrant history have failed because of the resilient Tibetan people. The U.S. strongly condemns all CCP oppression and coercion of Tibetans, as well as any CCP involvement in the secession of the Dalai Lama. Despite the CCP's attempts to erase the history and culture of Tibet over the last 70-plus years, it still remains vibrant, strong, and inspirational. Tibetans, like all people, have the right to religious freedom, which includes freedom from CCP surveillance, censorship, and detention. If the CCP truly does respect sovereignty, as it claims to, then they will engage in peaceful dialogue with the Tibetans to resolve this conflict, not force Tibet to accept a CCP proposal. Passing this bill demonstrates America's resolve that the CCP's status quo in Tibet is not acceptable. And I can think of no greater message or gift to the Dalai Lama and the people of Tibet than the swift passage of this bill to get to the President's desk as soon as possible to help put the people of Tibet in charge of their own future. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 138? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
On that, I request the yeas and the nays.
All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6543.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 416, H.R. 6543, a bill to prohibit unfair and deceptive advertising of prices for hotel rooms and other places of short-term lodging and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remark and insert extraneous materials
without objection
on the bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong support of H.R. 6543, the No Hidden Fees Act, and urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this piece of legislation. After spending their hard-earned money on a vacation for their family, the last thing Americans need to be, they don't need to be hit with unexpected fees. It happens all the time, added to their hotel room bookings. These resort fees often confuse and deceive consumers, which is why the House needs to pass this bill sponsored by my good friend and colleague, Representative Young Kim. H.R. 6543 will protect consumers from unfair and deceptive advertising of prices for hotel rooms and other places of short-term lodging. Last month, we passed similar legislation for live event ticketing when we overwhelmingly passed the Ticket Act, which was my bill, bringing price transparency to the market. Representative Kim's bill will take this common sense approach in the lodging space. Such price transparency is needed for consumers so they know how much they will be paying for lodging up front, and this is exactly what H.R. 6543 does. I want to thank the stakeholders for working with us on this initiative to ensure that consumers know exactly the price they're going to pay up front. I applaud Representative Kim as well as my fellow Floridian, Representative Castor, for introducing this important piece of legislation, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support it. And I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 6543, the No Hidden Fees Act. Far too often, when consumers go to check out of their hotel rooms, they're hit with surprise fees. Hotels and online travel agencies have many names for these types of fees: resort fees, amenities fees, facilities fees, to name just a few. But regardless of what they're called, surprise fees that consumers do not expect make it impossible to comparison shop and impose undue burdens on household finances. And that's why I'm proud that President Biden and House Democrats are working to prevent junk fees like these. H.R. 6543, the No Hidden Fees Act, is a bipartisan bill that will ensure that companies make available all mandatory fee information when they advertise a hotel room or other place of short-term lodging. The bill would also require hotels and other providers of short-term lodging to provide the total cost of a room to any internet website or other third party that the provider has allowed to advertise, market, display, or otherwise offer the short-term lodging for sale. So by ensuring everyone in the short-term lodging ecosystem displays the full price of a stay, we will protect consumers from being caught paying extra when they go to check out. And so I want to commend my colleague on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Representative Castor and Representative Kim, for their leadership on this issue. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, a great member of Congress, Ms. Kim.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Bilirakis. I want to thank you for yielding. I rise in support of my legislation, H.R. 6543, the No Hidden Fees on Extra Expenses for Stays Act, or No Hidden Fees Act. Hidden fees on short-term lodging stays, such as hotels, inns, resorts, make budgeting for a trip much harder for families who are already struggling from persistent inflation and rising living costs. Customers often find themselves paying more for their overnight stay than what was advertised online. And these unexpected, deceptive fees hurt families' bottom line. According to a 2023 Consumer Report survey, 37% of Americans found themselves paying an extra hidden fee, with more than half expressing that this additional cost took them over budget. The No Hidden Fees Act requires hotels, motels, and travel and lodging sites to disclose upfront the full cost of a short-term stay, including all mandatory and resort fees. Currently, the way prices are advertised across the lodging industry is fragmented and not uniform. My bill would require all stakeholders in the lodging and booking industries and third-party distributors to clearly display the final price. This provides clarity for consumers and improves the quality of the American hospitality and tourism industries. So I want to thank Chairwoman Rogers from the Energy and Commerce Committee for her leadership, and to the rest of the House Energy and Commerce staff for their tireless work on this bipartisan and common sense legislation. And I want to thank Representative Castor for making this a bipartisan bill. I also want to thank all the outside stakeholders and consumer advocacy groups who work with us on this pro-consumer initiative. I'm proud to lead this common sense bill and urge my colleagues to vote in support of it. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield now such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Florida, who was the ranking member of our Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee and the Democratic sponsor of the bill, Ms. Castor.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Ranking Member Pallone for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the No Hidden Fees Act, H.R. 6543, and I want to thank my partner, Congresswoman Young Kim of California, for leading the effort here. The No Hidden Fees Act would outlaw junk fees in hotel lodging. It would outlaw that unfair and misleading price advertising, whether it's motels or short-term rentals, privately owned vacation rentals. It will require an accurate price listing that has to include all fees. Mr. Speaker, I think all too often a family goes online and they're planning their vacation. Mr. Bilirakis would agree, probably to the Gulf beaches of the Sunshine State for a lovely vacation, but anywhere across the country. Too often, as they search online and they try to do comparison shopping, not all of the fees are displayed. And that's not fair, because oftentimes at the end of your vacation, you'll go to check out of your hotel or wherever you're staying, and they'll tack on these extra fees. It's not fair, it's not right. So that's why we want to tackle this industry-wide, to make sure that there is a level playing field for all families ready to take their vacation and use their hard-earned dollars to do it. These hidden fees, really, they also stifle competition, because one thing you want when you're comparing shopping, you want that level playing field. You want all the information at your fingertips. So this would provide those ground rules across everywhere. In many cases, the platforms are hiding these fees. That's why this legislation is so important. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the support letters from the American Hotel and Lodging Association, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, and a statement from Airbnb.
Without objection.
And let me read what they say. American Hotel and Lodging Association says while hotels disclose mandatory additional fees to consumers in accordance with existing FTC guidance now, it is critical that any updated display requirements apply across the competitive lodging, advertising, and booking landscape. Recently, many of the largest hotel chains have implemented or announced plans to imminently implement changes to ensure that mandatory fees are displayed upfront in the pricing consumers are offered through their own channels. Critically, as consumers shop for and book lodging through a wide variety of channels and providers, this proposed legislation would apply to third-party distributors such as online travel agencies, meta-search sites and search engines, as well as short-term rental platforms. Any regulation mandating fee display and disclosure must be consistently applied to all accommodation providers, advertisers, and broader industry participants to ensure consumers see the same information in a consistent manner anywhere they shop. And Airbnb weighs in and says that they agree. We believe giving guests the ability to see a fee-inclusive price when they search makes for a better experience. And that's why we are proud to support the No Hidden Fees Act to create a national industry-wide standard for price transparency at a time when affordability is top of mind for consumers. So I also want to thank my Energy and Commerce colleagues for passing this bipartisan bill out of the committee in a unanimous fashion and urge the House to also pass this unanimously. Let's get this relief to consumers so that when they shop for their vacation, they understand exactly what they're getting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman reserves.
I have no further speakers.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'll reserve. If the
Gentleman
gentleman is
reserves.
prepared to close.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. It is important that we get at junk fees, and this is one of those bills that comes out of our committee that will accomplish that goal. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the chairman of the full committee and the ranking member of the full committee, and of course, the ranking member of the subcommittee, which I chair. This is a great common sense bill. It's all about transparency. So I encourage final passage, and let's get it to the Senate as soon as possible. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6543 as amended? Say aye. Pass Bill H.R. 6543. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman requests the yeas and nays. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2964 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 371, H.R. 2964, a bill to require the Federal Trade Commission to issue regulations requiring certain products to have do not flush labeling and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2964, the Wastewater Infrastructure Pollution Prevention and Environmental Safety Act, or the WIPES Act. Wastewater treatment systems have been increasingly impacted by clogs resulting from the flushing of non-flushable wipes. These drainage issues are expensive to repair and can be a headache for both homeowners and municipalities. Based on the available data, there's a disconnect between consumer understanding of whether certain wipes products are flushable based on the information directed towards consumers. To address the ongoing infrastructure and environmental issues caused by the misinformed flushing of non-flushable wipes, consumers must be clearly notified when a wipe is non-flushable, which is exactly what H.R. 2964 would achieve. H.R. 2964 would require covered entities to label covered products clearly and conspicuously with "Do Not Flush" labels and symbols. I want to thank Representative McClain from the great state of Michigan. She's doing an outstanding job. I want to thank her for her leadership on this important issue. I encourage all my colleagues to join me in supporting this particular piece of legislation. I yield back. I reserve, yeah.
Does the gentleman prefer to reserve? Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 2964, the Wipes Act. The improper disposal of non-flushable wipes can damage critical plumbing and wastewater infrastructure and lead to environmental contamination and pollution. A 2020 analysis by the National Association of Clean Water Agencies found that wipes result in approximately $441 million a year in additional operating costs for our clean water outfalls, or our clean water utilities, I should say. Stakeholders across the country have expressed the need for manufacturers to clearly label their wet wipe products so consumers know how to properly dispose of them. In H.R. 2964, the Wipes Act ensures that wipe manufacturers and other covered entities clearly and conspicuously label non-flushable wipes as such. Requiring "Do Not Flush" labels on the packaging of non-flushable wipes sold in the United States will empower consumers to help protect our plumbing and wastewater infrastructure and reduce pollution and environmental contamination. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend Representatives Peltola and McClain for their leadership on this issue, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McClain.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Wipes Act, a bipartisan, bicameral legislation that I introduced alongside Congresswoman Peltola of Alaska, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, and Senator Susan Collins of Maine. Thank you to my friend, Chairwoman Cathy McMorris-Rodgers, for moving this bill through the Energy and Commerce Committee and for the committee's unanimous support. According to the National Association of Clean Water Agencies, the additional costs to wastewater treatment systems that non-flushable wipes bring is more than $440 million, including more than $18 million in my home state of Michigan. This jeopardizes critical infrastructure in communities across the country, and costs to repair this damage is often forced onto the taxpayer. This bill aims to be a solution to this nearly $500 million problem. Ensuring needed information is provided to consumers will prevent damage to wastewater systems and actually save taxpayers millions in repair costs. We've worked with industry and wastewater systems around the country to draft legislation, and I'm glad to say this bill has the full support of many of these organizations. This common sense legislation is based on laws adopted by several states around the country, will help address this problem, protect our wastewater systems from critical damage, and save taxpayers' dollars. Industry knows this. Wastewater stakeholders know this, and the Energy and Commerce Committee knows this as well. I again thank Chairwoman Rodgers and the Energy and Commerce Committee for their support and urge the entire House to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. So close whenever you're ready.
Yes, please. I have no additional speakers.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is an important bill in terms of, protecting our clean water. And so I urge everyone to support it on a bipartisan basis, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote. This bill is necessary. It's very practical. Let's get it out of the House as soon as possible. I encourage a yes vote. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2964 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed.
I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Florida requests the yeas and nays. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6543, H.R. 2964, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6543, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 416, H.R. 6543, a bill to prohibit unfair and deceptive advertising of prices for hotel rooms and other places of short-term lodging and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. To 384, the nays are 25. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business in the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules, pass H.R. 2964 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of...
Union Calendar Number 371, H.R. 2964. A bill to require the Federal Trade Commission to issue regulations requiring certain products to have do not flush labeling and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. yeas are 351, the nays are 56. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
The House will be in order. Members, take your conversations off the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
And, Mr. Speaker, the House is still not in order.
The gentleman's correct. The House not in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 10 Pennsylvania 4-H members who recently participated in the 4-H National Conference. I'm especially proud to say that out of the 10 students from Pennsylvania, 2 of them were from my district, PA 15. Congratulations to Mara Hours of McKean County and Jalen Everhart of Center County for participating in this national conference. 4-H is a youth development program under the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The program's main goals is to educate our nation's youth and help them develop knowledge and skills to be caring and contributing citizens. As chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, I'm thrilled to see USDA's effort to bring youth voice to a high-level government discussions. During the national conference, 4-H members ages 15 to 19 participated in roundtable discussions on pressing national topics. After a few days of brainstorming and preparation, the youth presented their ideas to the USDA. Congratulations to all of you on your hard work, and I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back to the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to champion the American solar industry and its dedicated workers. Northwest Ohio, the glass capital, is home to thousands of jobs in solar manufacturing, proving American ingenuity and hard work can drive our nation's clean energy future. Yet these jobs and this critical industry are under severe threat. China's state-subsidized solar companies are flooding our markets with illegally dumped products, routing their operations through Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam to dodge U.S. tariffs. This blatant circumvention not only undermines our domestic manufacturers, but also jeopardizes our energy security. Both I and Senator Sherrod Brown, our House and Senate colleagues, have sent a letter urging the U.S. International Trade Commission and the Department of Commerce to thoroughly investigate these unfair practices. Thankfully, the ITC has heard our call, and an investigation last Friday was announced into these illegal practices. By enforcing strong trade policies, our nation can foster a diverse, competitive, and secure solar manufacturing base inside the boundaries of the United States of America. Only then will our nation create middle-class jobs that deliver economic value, but also pave the way for our nation's path to energy independence in perpetuity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to call attention to the Communist Party of Vietnam's chilling crackdown on religious freedom. Freedom to worship is a basic human right. But with the recent disappearance of Buddhist leader Thich Minh Thuy, Vietnam is continuing a pattern of religious persecution. Thich Minh Thuy recently led a pilgrimage across Vietnam, which ended with the communist authorities detaining him and his followers. I am again calling on Secretary Blinken, as I did 3 months ago, to designate Vietnam as a country of particular concern. This designation leads to accountability for nations violating the freedom of worship. I represent the largest Vietnamese population outside of Vietnam and will always stand up for human rights in Vietnam. America has a moral obligation to stand for religious freedom, and the full power of the State Department should fight religious persecution and ensure the safety of Thich Minh Thuy. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Miranda Tingle for her congressional service to the people of Central and Northwestern Illinois. More than 10 years ago, she began her career in Congress working for my predecessor, Congresswoman Cheri Bustos. Miranda found the job of casework to be meaningful and something that she could do to change lives for the better. When Cheri Bustos retired from Congress, I was thankful that Miranda wanted to continue serving the people in our community. Miranda has spent more than a decade going above and beyond for every person that we serve in Illinois 17. One of my constituents wrote to me and said, Miranda was very clear that she couldn't make any promises, but she made it happen. Every question I had, every email or phone call was always returned within hours. I'm forever grateful. That's who Miranda is, going above and beyond consistently to ensure that we do right by the people that we serve. People like Miranda are hard to come by around here, true public servants who give of themselves for the sake of their communities. The countless people helped by Miranda, as well as her teammates in our office, are better off today because she made a difference with all of us. Mr. Speaker, as Miranda prepares to close the congressional chapter of her career, I want to thank her for her years of dedicated congressional service. Miranda embodies the belief that no time is better time spent than service to our fellow neighbors. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute Lieutenant Colonel John D. Stock for his retirement from our beloved United States Air Force. He was stationed at Edwards Air Force Base in my 27th Congressional District of California. Lieutenant Colonel Stock served our nation for over 20 years with honor and distinction. 3,500 flight hours across 2 oceans, 5 continents. His service record is truly remarkable. Whether executing missions, instructing pilots, or volunteering in his community, Lieutenant Colonel Stock exemplifies the highest standards of leadership and service. His impact on aviation and beyond is profound. He enhanced our Air Force capabilities, and he mentored those around him, a true leader. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to you, Lieutenant Stock, for your unwavering dedication and exemplary service. Our nation is stronger because of individuals like you, and I look forward to your continued positive impact in our community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I rise today to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the tireless work of Tina Cordova, a sixth-generation New Mexican from the Tularosa Basin, who is being honored this week by the Albuquerque Community Foundation with the Linda K. Estes Giraffe Award, given to somebody who stands up against all the odds. This award is particularly meaningful as Tina has spent her life advocating for the Tularosa downwinders impacted by the nuclear fallout from the Trinity bomb test site during World War II, as she and countless others have survived the cancer and other illnesses that have impacted generations, as spotlighted by the Oppenheimer movie last year and our continued fight in this House this week to expand and reauthorize the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. But unfortunately, our fight continues. And it is because of Tina and the tireless work of our advocates that downwinders across New Mexico and the country will not be forgotten. And we will not stop until we pass this bill. So thank you, Tina, for your fight, your advocacy, and your voice. We are forever grateful. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life of Logan Noel Sharp, who tragically passed away on May 19th in a car accident. Logan was born on December 26 in 2016 in Waycross, Georgia, to Shante Sharp Williams of Patterson, Georgia, and Kevin Scott Sr. of Waycross, Georgia. He attended Patterson Elementary School as well as Evergreen Church in Bristol, Georgia. Logan loved Spider-Man. He loved playing with his friends. He loved riding his bike and playing Roblox. More than anything else, though, he loved spending time with his family. He will be missed by his parents, by his grandparents, his great-grandmother, and even his great-great-grandmother. On behalf of the entire 1st District of Georgia, I send my condolences to Logan's friends and family for this tragic loss of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the term troubled teen industry probably brings to mind a specific image of struggling teens and families who need help combating addiction and behavioral challenges. In reality, it's not just the teens who need help. The industry itself, comprised of boot camps, residential treatment centers, and wilderness programs, is troubled. The lack of transparency and accountability in this multi-billion-dollar industry means that families seeking care are unknowingly signing their children up for nightmarish and even abusive conditions. It happened to Paris Hilton. If it can happen to her, it can happen to anyone. With the help of Paris and countless other survivors, I introduced the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act. My bill will increase transparency and accountability for this industry. It has 102 co-sponsors, 100 organizations, and it is moving in the Senate. Today, in recognition of Children's Week, I urge the Energy and Commerce Committee and the House of Representatives to pass it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Dr. Bob Overholt, who just passed away at 85 years old. Dr. Overholt graduated from West High School in Knoxville and went to the University of Tennessee, where he was on the football team and swim team. His football career was cut short by a knee injury. He attended the University of Tennessee Medical School in Memphis and was truly a Vol for life before it was cool to be such. And he mentored many UT students and politicians over the years. After he completed an internship and a residency, he was drafted into the U.S. Army and served as captain and physician at Fort Myers Army Base here in Washington, D.C. He then returned to Knoxville, Tennessee, and served East Tennesseans for over 50 years. He was the president of the Knoxville Academy of Medicine, developed the Allergy, Asthma, and Sinus Center, a world-leading institute, among many other accomplishments. Dr. Overholt was a well-known media personality in the East Tennessee. He hosted the Dr. Bob Show, which actually received over 24 Telly Awards, and he regularly gave medical information on WBIR's Live at 5 at 4. I want to offer my condolences to Carol, his wife of 63 years, his sons Mark and John, and their wives Meredith and Martha, and countless grandchildren, and his other family and friends who loved him very much, especially the good folks at West Hills Baptist, where he sang in the choir. And I always remember at my mama's funeral, Mr. Speaker, he came up to me after I said that my mama wasn't a bumper sticker type of Christian, she lived it. And he laughed about that, and he often would quote that to me. Well, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Bob was not a bumper sticker kind of Christian. He actually lived that life and was so generous to others. Matter of fact, he is the only person I know to ever get mad at me for not asking him for a contribution. Dr. Bob, you'll be missed, and you are so loved in Knoxville and around East Tennessee. Thank you, brother, for being my friend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you. To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This world lost one of its most outstanding citizens yesterday. The Reverend James M. Lawson passed away at age 95. Reverend Lawson was one of the architects of the civil rights movement in our country that brought rights to African Americans and others. He was the architect of Dr. King's practice of nonviolence. He went to India and he studied what Mahatma Gandhi had done in India to bring about rights in India. Dr. King adopted that and made him the person in charge of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference's nonviolence area. He marched in Selma and was beaten with John Lewis for trying to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge for voting rights in Alabama. He was in Memphis as a minister in 1968 when the sanitation workers went on strike. I'm a man. And he encouraged Dr. King to come to Memphis, which he did, which resulted in Dr. King's assassination in Memphis on April 4. Reverend Lawson was steadfast to civil rights, against war, against the Vietnam War, for gay rights, for labor, for progress in this country. He was a significant human being who did much for this world, and we'll miss his opportunities to share and make us a better, more perfect union. His was a life well lived. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge members of the Association of Equipment Dealers from all over the country who are in D.C. this week for their annual fly-in. In fact, some of them are joining us in the gallery tonight. These great men and women are entrepreneurs who provide millions of pieces of equipment to all kinds of industries in our country every year that help our country's economy. They deserve our admiration and thanks. They certainly have mine. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous request to speak for a minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This time of year, I can't wait to get home because June is a very special month for this body and for the United States. June is Dairy Month. So good afternoon and happy Cheese Day to everybody. As you may know, June 4th was National Cheese Day. Our license plates in Wisconsin boast the phrase America's Dairyland, and Wisconsin produces over a quarter of the nation's cheese. We're number one in cheese production. So whether it's you like sharp cheddar, whether you like Colby, provolone, mozzarella, string cheese, Next time you go out this weekend, remember, it's the time of year to buy some cheese and celebrate America's dairy farmers. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I stand tonight to spend a few minutes on this House floor paying tribute to a longtime friend. But before I do that, I want to yield some time to my good friend from California, Mike Garcia, who has been an exceptional naval aviator, corporate executive, and now the distinguished gentleman from Southern California. And he is an essential member, Mr. Speaker, of our Appropriations Committee and our House Permanent Committee on Intelligence. Let me yield such time as he may consume to my friend, Mr. Garcia.
I want to thank my good friend from Arkansas for this time. A very special moment. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor a truly heroic man who was taken from us, unfortunately, too soon. Captain Russ Maynard, who many of us knew by his call sign of Nat, was my good friend. He was my instructor. He was a mentor, a family man, a man of God, and he was a great American. He flew the venerable F-A-18 Hornet and Super Hornet from aircraft carriers during combat operations. He was a graduate of Top Gun and an instructor, and was, simply put, a badass with the humility of a man who knew that his mission, his team, and his country were more important than he was. Russ died of cancer this last May 8th, just a few days before his 51st birthday. He left behind his loyal wife, Karen, who he loved dearly after 28 years of marriage, and his daughters, Katie, Kirsten, and Haley. And Mr. Speaker, we've seen too many combat fighter pilots die of cancer at such young ages. In one of Russ's prior squadrons, the VFA 97 Warhawks, 3 pilots of his era, his age, have already seen the darkness of these deadly cancers. It's not a coincidence. In 2023, the DoD found that aircrew members had a 24% higher chance of cancer compared to the rest of the U.S. population, including an 84% higher chance of melanoma, a 39% higher chance of thyroid cancer, and a 16% higher chance of prostate cancer. And these numbers for fighter pilots are significantly higher and at significantly younger ages. I, along with other veterans in the House and Senate, remain committed to finding out what is causing these early deadly cancers at such anomalous rates. We remain committed to making sure the VA begins to treat these disability cases as presumptive claims as opposed to having to prove that these cancers are service-related. This was a fight that Russ, unfortunately, had to fight in the final days of his life. The data supports this paradigm shift, and the especially high rates within the fighter pilot community warrant this paradigm shift by the VA for such disability claims. Russ, we lost you too early, brother, but you left behind a legacy of honor and excellence that has touched thousands and will echo in the history books of naval aviation for generations to come. The girls are lucky to have had you as a daddy and as a husband, and I'm lucky to have known you as a friend and truly as one of the best. And our beautiful nation is lucky to have you as a steward of our Constitution. Keep it above the daddums up there in heaven, buddy, as you fly loyal wingmen to our Lord. And know that God and your mortal wingmen that remain here on earth will do everything and anything to look after your family. God bless our naval aviators. God bless our troops. And God bless you, Russ Nat Maynard, for your service. May you rest in peace. Thank you to the gentleman from Arkansas for your time. I yield back.
I thank my friend from California. I thank him for his service as a F-18 Hornet pilot, a Top Gun aviator, and the salute to his comrade, Captain Maynard. All of us lament the day of those that we lose among close friends, and it's a special tribute to hear from you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Speaker, we come to this House floor tonight to pay our respects to a distinguished former member of this body, a former vice president and a former president of the United States on the occasion of the centennial of his birth. Mr. Speaker, today we pay tribute to the life and legacy of George H.W. Bush on what would have been the week of his 100th birthday on June 12th. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days for which to submit related material of this special order to the record.
Without objection.
I thank you. And to start this tribute to George Bush, what better person than to call on the distinguished gentlewoman from Texas, someone who also moved to Texas to find her career and find her success, just like George H.W. Bush did as well. Beth Van Dyne distinctly represents North Texas. She's a former mayor of Irving. She's a former official, the regional administrator for the Department of Housing and Urban Development for President Trump. She has been at the top of her game in the executive branch, in this legislative branch, the House of Representatives, and in local government as a city council woman and mayor. So I yield to my friend, Ms. Van Dyne, for such time as she may consume.
Thank you very much, and I thank the kind gentleman from Arkansas for his comments. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor what would have been George H.W. Bush's 100th birthday, to remember his life, legacy, and service to our nation. Few people have left an impact so profound that one can truly be defined by service to others. As the 41st President of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush epitomized integrity and humility. He served our country with unwavering dedication from his early days in the military to his tenure as Commander-in-Chief and beyond. He understood what a lot of leaders have forgotten, that the purpose of leadership is not to seek personal gain or notoriety, but to act selflessly in service of America. Beyond the man we looked up to as Commander-in-Chief, I remember President Bush as a man who could connect with anyone and meet them where they were. During the second inauguration of his son, George Walker Bush, I attended and I went for a tour of the White House. And it was to our astonishment that we turned into the Blue Room and boom, there was the former President H.W. Bush standing in the middle of the room. We were with a small group and there was a 10-year-old boy that was wearing an Indianapolis Colts jersey. And I just saw the look on the former president's face as he ran up to this 10-year-old kid and he said, "Are you a Peyton Manning fan?" And the kid, with this look of glory in his eyes, staring at what was the past president of the United States, said, "Yes, sir, I am." Then H.W. Bush recounted a story when he was president, I guess when he met Peyton Manning for the first time. He went to a football game, and Peyton Manning came running over to him to give him a football. And he said, "Here I am, the President of the United States, and I was so excited to meet Peyton Manning. I was thrilled. Here was my hero on the field." This was a man who was nearly 80 years old at the time and could still share the excitement of a ball with his 10-year-old child. He could relate with anyone. And it was so touching to see this side of our legendary statesman, to hear President Bush get excited as he recounted his first meeting with his favorite football player. And he shared this joy years later with some strange 10-year-old kid who just melted when he spoke. In the words of his son, George Walker Bush, H.W. showed how public service is noble and necessary. Rather than immediately pursue his education at Yale University, where he had already been accepted, on the day of his high school graduation, which was on his 18th birthday, when our country had entered World War II, George Herbert Walker Bush enlisted in the U.S. Naval Reserve, receiving his wings as the youngest pilot in naval history at the time, completing his training at Naval Air Stations Corpus Christi. During World War II, Bush flew 58 combat missions, earning the Distinguished Flying Cross after being shot down by Japanese anti-aircraft fire. Somehow he managed to finish his mission, embodying his determination and American patriotism. Following in his father's footsteps, Bush eventually attended Yale before deciding to embark on his own journey. Determined to forge his own path, he left his East Coast roots behind, and he moved his young family to West Texas, and he began working in the oil industry. He was drawn to the can-do spirit of the Lone Star State and all the possibilities that the state had to offer, something many of us Texans can still relate to. After working as an oil field equipment salesman, he moved his family and newly found oil development company from Midland to Houston, where he contributed to the creation of countless jobs. After establishing himself as a leading force in Texas, he became the Republican Party chairman in Harris County, where he developed grassroots connections and cultivated relationships with members throughout his community, even serving for a year as a part-time professor of administrative science at Rice University. However, public service ran deep in his veins. And in 1966, Mr. Bush was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives for Texas' 7th District. He went on to serve 2 years as a representative and 2 terms as a representative in the U.S. House. He sat on the Ways and Means Committee as a freshman, which is no small feat. He became chairman of the Republican National Committee, chief of the U.S. Liaison Office to China, and director of the Central Intelligence Agency. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at a time of challenge and controversy. After Mr. Bush fell short in the race for the Republican nomination for President of the United States in 1980, losing out to Ronald Reagan, he was chosen to serve as the candidate for Vice President. As any of us who have ever been in the arena and lost a battle understand, it is no easy feat to act graciously in the face of defeat, let alone put aside personal ambitions in favor of loyalty to your opponent. But that's exactly what George Bush did as Reagan's vice president, never trying to upstage him or expressing disagreement. When President Reagan was term limited, it wasn't just George H.W. Bush's remarkable life of service and indisputable qualifications that inspired faith in the American people, but his never-ending desire to put others before himself. He once said, any definition of a successful life must include service to others. Advocating for federal deregulation, President Bush established himself as a conservative who understood we needed to limit the power of government in favor of a strong, free market economy capable of creating growth, opportunity, and prosperity for all Americans. He also saw the dangers of deep political division that prevented bipartisanship and progress that could empower a stronger future for our hardworking American families. He never forgot about the Texans that put their faith in him and inspired him to continue a career of public service. Once elected, he helped showcase Houston as a booming city, bringing world leaders to Texas and paving the way for the state to become a powerhouse in U.S. politics. Later, even once he left public office, he continued to invest in others, serving as a mentor to many, including his fellow Texan, Congressman turned chairman, Kevin Brady. George Herbert Walker Bush's vision of an American blessed with individuals acting as 1,000 points of light to lift up others, strengthen communities, and selflessly act in times of need exemplified the patriotism and love of our country, so rare around the world today. He understood the importance of building bridges abroad and chose to lead with grace and diplomacy. Through the end of the Cold War and the reunification of Germany, President Bush led with vision and sound judgment. He proved to the American people that he was no ordinary empty promise politician, cementing his commitment to peace, democracy, and decency for our fellow man. President George H.W. continued to be an inspiration and beacon of life after his presidency through his philanthropic work with organizations like his Points of Light nonprofit, where he promoted volunteerism to create positive change across our nation. He was a devoted husband, father, and grandfather, cherishing his family and faith above all. After leaving the White House, he settled back in Houston and he opened his presidential library and museum at Texas A&M University in College Station, where he skydived on the lawn to celebrate his 75th birthday. In his inaugural address, President George H.W. Bush said, "I do not mistrust the future. I do not fear for what is ahead. For our problems are large. Our heart is larger. Our challenges are great, but our will is greater." President Bush had faith in something greater than himself and believed America would always preserve. His humility and love of country were at the forefront of his presidency, and his spirit lives on in the enduring impact of his leadership. As we celebrate 100 years of this incredible man, let us all strive to live up to the example that he set for our nation and choose to be points of light that lift up others and preserve the best of what America has to offer for the rest of the world to follow. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman from Texas for her wonderful remarks about an extraordinary American, George H.W. Bush, our 41st President of the United States. And I think about the first time I got to meet this gentleman. Upon graduating from college back in 1979, I moved to Dallas, Texas, home to then a booming economy with lots of jobs in finance, which as a brand new college graduate was my hopeful profession. That fall, I was invited by friends to join the committee of young people sponsoring an informal barbecue for a possible presidential candidate. The candidate's name was George Bush from Houston, Texas. It was a terrific evening. I met Mr. Bush. I made a lot of new friends in my adopted town of Dallas. Little did I know, just 10 years later, I would be working for him in his administration as he became the 41st President of the United States. 3 years after meeting in 1982, I took the advice of a good friend of George Bush's, Elvis Mason, CEO of the Dallas-based banking corporation from whom I worked, and accepted an appointment to move to Washington, D.C. and handle the banking committee staff responsibilities for Senator John Tower of Texas. These were the exciting early days of the first term of President Ronald Reagan. And while George Bush had not been elected president in 1980, he was selected to join President Reagan's winning ticket as vice president. It was during this time that I learned firsthand of the incredible warmth and generosity of George and Barbara Bush. It was their custom to invite young staffers from Texas to events at the vice president's residence in Washington. I'll never forget one holiday season where I was sitting on the floor in front of the fireplace with Barbara Bush, cross-legged as she was telling stories to all of us assembled in the room. Martha and I both volunteered for the 1988 Bush for President campaign and were thrilled when he was elected that November. His election as president witnessed the most qualified person in the history of our country to be elected to the role of chief executive. Bush had been a standout athlete, a decorated U.S. Navy fighter pilot, as Congresswoman Van Dyne pointed out, and a pioneering, successful business entrepreneur in the oil fields of Texas and in the cutting edge of the critically important niche of deep water, offshore oil and gas drilling. But at age 40, and the father of 5 children, George Bush was called to public service. First, he was elected the Harris County, Texas Republican chairman. At the time, Republicans were in an ascent with the amazing special election win in May 1961 by John Tower to replace the Senate vacancy left by Lyndon Johnson, becoming President Kennedy's vice president. Bush's initial foray into the rough and tumble Texas elected politics was a flop. He was defeated in 1964 in a U.S. Senate race against the incumbent populist Democrat Ralph Yarborough. But he dusted himself off and made a major rebound by announcing his candidacy for Texas's 7th congressional district in January 1966. This brought about one of my favorite stories about the Bushes. After he announced his candidacy on a Saturday, the following Monday morning, Barbara was driving then 6-year-old Doro to school in her carpool. One of the little girls in the car said to Doro, "Hey, I saw your daddy on television last night." A third child in the car said, "You did? What was he doing?" And Doro responded, "Oh, you know, It was about that erection that he's going to have. Now, Mrs. Bush's response was typical, as reported by biographer John Meacham. Needless to say, we have to work on the word election. Bush would go on to win that race for Congress and would be the first freshman to win a seat on the prestigious Ways and Means Committee since 1904. He served there with distinction in this House, but his itch and ambition were far higher. And he once again took a risk, like he did when he moved from the East to West Texas in the oil fields, and in that first race for Congress that he lost. And Bush decided to throw his hat in the ring for the 1970 race for the United States Senate against the former Democratic Congressman Lloyd Bentsen. Bush's continued ambitions for the Senate were enhanced by his April 1969 visit with former President Lyndon Johnson out at LBJ's ranch near Austin to test out his idea of another try at the Senate. The story went something like this. Mr. President, I've got a decision to make, and I'd like your advice. My House seat is secure, no opposition like last time, and I've got a position on Ways and Means. I don't mind taking risks, but in a few more terms, I'll have seniority on a very powerful committee. I'm just not sure it's a gamble I should take, whether it's really worth it. Well, President Johnson made a very characteristic reply to Bush. He said, "Son, I've served in the House, and I've been privileged to serve in the Senate too, and they're both good places to serve. So I wouldn't begin to advise you what to do, except to say this, that the difference between a member of the Senate and the member of the House is the difference between chicken salad and chicken fill in the blank." For effect, Johnson paused and he said, "Son, do I make my point?" He did make his point for sure, but that didn't help George Bush win that Senate race. Between his leaving the House and being elected Vice President of the United States in 1980, the now former congressman was appointed by Presidents Nixon and Ford to a series of senior critical leadership positions in our government. UN ambassador for 2 years, followed by a year and a half as chairman of the Republican National Committee, including during the Nixon-Watergate resignation crisis. Then moving to Beijing as our top diplomat just 2 years after the famous Nixon opening. And followed that by a key job at the helm as the 11th director of the Central Intelligence Agency from 1976 to 1977. For George and Barbara Bush, this pattern of appointments made them wonder, is this a way to sidetrack him from his own goal, which was to be elected President of the United States? He viewed serving as the Republican National Committee chair at the height of Watergate a thankless task. And now to be called back from China to take over the CIA, which had been battered by a decade of hostile congressional investigations, exposés, and charges that ran from lawbreaking to simple incompetence. It seemed like truly for him a dead end politically. But Bush's dad, former U.S. Senator Prescott Bush, had always told him that if the president asks, you have a duty to say yes. So the Bush family moved back to Washington, D.C. to face the hostile Senate confirmation for a job he wasn't even sure he wanted. But with the Church Commission reforms being implemented by Congress, crafting a new approach to intelligence community oversight, it ended up that he was, in fact, the right man at the right time. In this Congress, I'm privileged to serve on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the companion to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, both creations of the aftermath of that Church Commission and the need for greater, more intensive congressional oversight of the intelligence community. And having now served on this committee, I recognize the exceptional role these two oversight committees play and what a fine job George Bush did in his 12 months sitting in the corner office on the 7th floor of the CIA headquarters building. It was an intensive 1 year. He testified before Congress over 50 times and made 21 public appearances. It was clear that he defended the important role of the intelligence community and rebuilt the morale that had been so destroyed internally by decades of bad decision-making and externally by the brutal battering ram of congressional investigation. But he ended up loving the job and deeply respecting the work of the officers and analysts. As he left at the beginning of the Jimmy Carter administration, he said, "This is the most interesting job I've ever had. That includes Congress, the United Nations, Peking, and the RNC." So it's fitting that the CI headquarters building in Langley, Virginia, is named for President Bush. So as George Bush entered the vice presidency in January 1981, his extraordinary career was finally put fully to work. It was this 8 years of final exceptional preparation as VP that would be put to the ultimate test as the 41st president. 10 years from our first meeting at that barbecue as a young person in 1989, it was such a privilege to join his administration, first at the Treasury and later as a member of his White House staff. While he was only in office one term, he achieved so many foreign and domestic wins, like witnessing the fall of communism and the resulting unification of Germany, or ejecting Saddam Hussein for his illegal invasion of Kuwait, to domestic successes, such as cleaning up the savings and loan financial debacle of the 1980s, the amendments to the Clean Air Act, or the initiation of the Americans for Disabilities Act, and highlighting the success of just ordinary Americans, helping their fellow citizens every day through his still prominent Points of Light initiative. Despite these exceptional legislative and policy successes, there were disappointments. For me, the first was the rejection by the United States Senate of John Tower, his friend, my old boss, to serve as Secretary of Defense. Tower would have been an outstanding secretary, and the attacks on him were personal, not policy. But most disappointingly and most controversial aspect of his presidency, which contributed to the tough loss in 1992, was his decision in 1990 to include tax increases as a part of a major deficit reduction package. His 1988 campaign speech included his famous, made infamous line, open quote, "Read my lips, no new taxes," close quote. It blew up in his face. With a slowing economy, continued tough real estate markets following the savings and loan crisis, along with high gas prices resulting from Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, the U.S. economy entered a brief recession. A combination of slowing economy and higher taxes was not a political winner. After the presidency, the former president and a very, very proud father witnessed two of his fine sons being elected governors of Florida and Texas, and his son George going on to be elected the 43rd president of the United States. What a powerful legacy of service. And as I reflect on the life and legacy of George Bush, one always focuses on just what a good man he was, what a fine president he was. My wife, Martha, who also worked for President Bush during his time in office, always described the president as the perfect person to put on that form we've all filled out 1,000,000 times. In case of emergency, please call. George Bush was that solid business partner, that caring neighbor, that great, intimate, personal friend. George and Barbara dearly loved their 5 children, George, Jeb, Neil, Marvin, Doro, and honored daily the memory of a 6th, Robin, who died in 1953 at age 3 from leukemia. Robin was such a tremendous inspiration in the Bushes' lives and in their lifelong dedication to philanthropic support for cancer research. Over their lives, George and Barbara Bush's efforts resulted in some $90 million being raised for research at Houston's MD Anderson. But to know George Bush and Barbara Bush is to be grateful for their compassion, patriotism, and tremendous sense of humor. Even in the gloom of the 1992 loss, a few days after the election, all of the White House staff officers got a message. The president has invited you to an important meeting in the East Room of the White House. So we all assembled at the appointed time, and an offstage announcer said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the president and Mrs. Bush." And then in walked Dana Carvey, impersonating Bush, holding Mrs. Bush's hands, waving his way into the East Room and up onto the dais. President Bush strolled in, laughing hysterically behind the pair. President Bush and Dana Carvey then outdid each other, imitating President Bush's quirky, funny mannerisms. It brightened the spirits of those loyal White House staffers in the face of a historic presidential campaign loss. The president's typical, upbeat, optimistic outlook on life endeared his legacy in the hearts of all those assembled. So as we commemorate the centennial of the birth of this good man, devoted dad, and terrific president of the United States, we know that our country is better off because George H.W. Bush was born on June 12, 1924, and that he devoted his life to the betterment of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Mary Beth Hatch for taking over as Chief of Education for the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission. Most recently, Mary Beth has been serving as the coordinator of school innovation in the North Little Rock School District, leading groups of students and teachers on trips to learn outdoor skills. In this position, she was working directly with the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission to bring innovative ideas to best teach our youth about nature and conservation. With over 18 years in public education, she decided it was time to educate more than just students in the classroom. In her new role, Mary Beth will be responsible for guiding the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission's educational efforts in conservation and natural resources. I congratulate Mary Beth in her new role, and I look forward to the improvements that she'll make in the natural state. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dylan Silverman Barnes, a rising senior at the University of Central Arkansas. In April, for his honors capstone project, Dylan orchestrated the building of 3 new community gardens at Conway's Bethlehem House to provide fresh foods to the homeless population in Conway, Arkansas. Bethlehem House provides temporary housing to individuals and families who are experiencing homelessness in Conway. They can provide housing and dinner to nearly 40 individuals, including kids, on any given night, and the house serves more than 100 people annually. Dylan, a dietetics major, was able to make this project a reality through a grant from provided by Arkansas Interfaith Power and Light, a national organization that focuses on regenerative urban agriculture and environmentally conscious practices. Dylan's project was one of 20 projects approved out of 300 applications, and the only one in Arkansas. I thank Dylan for his service to Central Arkansas and his service to others. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Dr. Larry and Carlene Davis for the creation of their new nursing endowment scholarship at the University of Arkansas Community College in Morrilton. This scholarship is in honor of their daughter, Sarah Woods, who is a Master of Science in Nursing and is currently a nurse in neighboring Oklahoma. Larry and Carlene Davis's scholarship will help change the lives of many prospective nurses. The Davis family presented the foundation with more than $25,000 to distribute among full-time students in the practical nursing and registered nursing programs based on financial need. The scholarship ensures that talented students will have the opportunity to hone their skills regardless of financial background. I thank Dr. Larry and Carlene Davis for their generosity and their investment in future nurses for the state of Arkansas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Brad Peacock of Bald Knob, Arkansas. Mr. Peacock and his wife, Tara, manage 1,500 acres of farmland known as Peacock Planting, where they focus on cultivating soybeans, corn, and rice. In February of 2023, the Peacocks were named finalists in the National Outstanding Young Farmers Award. This past March, Brad joined other honorees on a trip to Washington, D.C. during National Agriculture Week to interact with lawmakers and advocate for a strong reauthorization of the farm programs. The Peacocks' dedication to farming and passion for helping those around them truly make them outstanding farmers. I thank Brad and Tara Peacock for their important work to provide food for the nation and for the world. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Daniel Block, a proud native of Little Rock. Daniel is currently a student at Brandeis University and a member of B'nai Israel, Little Rock Reformed Jewish Synagogue congregation. Last month, Daniel was named a Truman Scholar and awarded to those dedicated to being future leaders in the environment, tribal public policy, and the healthcare fields. His work at Zumwalt Acres, a farm in rural Illinois, not only leads the cause of carbon negativity, but also rooted in Jewish values of social justice. Daniel is well deserving of this achievement, and I wish him success in his commitment and steps towards a sustainable future. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour, along with my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Representative Sheila Scherflus McCormick from the great state of Florida. For the next 60 minutes, members of the Congressional Black Caucus have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on the topic of Caribbean Heritage Month, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and to all Americans. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Scherflus McCormick from the state of Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to commemorate Caribbean American Heritage Month at a time to recognize the profound historical significance and the impact of Caribbean Americans on the history and development of the United States. Caribbean Americans have played a pivotal role since the earliest days of our nation's history. One of the most notable figures was Alexander Hamilton, born in Nevis, whose vision and intellect helped lay the foundations of our financial system and set forth the course for America's economic future. During the 20th century, Shirley Chisholm, the daughter of the Barbadian and Guyanese immigrants, emerged as a trailblazer in American politics. During the same time, Malcolm X, a transformative civil rights leader whose roots trace back to Grenada, advocated for Black power and the economic autonomy. His work has inspired individuals to strive for a more just and equitable society. Next, we honor the Puerto Rican-American-born Dr. Antonia Novella, a trailblazer in the field of public health who broke barriers as the first female and first Hispanic United States Surgeon General. She worked to improve health conditions and access to medical care, particularly for women, children, and underrepresented communities. Finally, we celebrate the Cuban-born Celia Cruz, also known as the Queen of Salsa. Cruz not only captivated audiences, but also enriched American music by popularizing salsa, creating a cultural bridge that we continue to enjoy and appreciate today. In my home state of Florida, the historical significance of the Caribbean Americans is particularly evident. In the early 20th century, waves of Caribbean immigrants arrived in Florida, playing a crucial role in developing industries such as agriculture and tourism, which remain vital to Florida's economy today. For example, the construction of the Overseas Railroad in the early 1900s was made possible by the labor of many Caribbean workers. The railroad connected the Florida Keys to the mainland and transformed the region's economic landscape. Let us celebrate this heritage with the recognition it deserves and the commitment to ensuring that the contributions of Caribbean Americans continue to be acknowledged and celebrated for generations to come. I yield back to my co-anchor, Jonathan Jackson.
I would like to thank the Honorable co-anchor and leader, the Honorable Sheila Scherflus McCormick from Florida, for her remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Caribbean American Heritage Month. For much of the long history of this nation, it has been lost to most of our citizens the tremendous role that the nation of Haiti played in the formation of the United States of America. And what most people miss is that it was because of the Haitian Revolution that Napoleon lost interest in maintaining control over his so-called Caribbean land holdings, and therefore saw no use in keeping Louisiana, prompting him to facilitate the Louisiana Purchase, which doubled the size of the United States of America. The expansion of this nation west of the Mississippi was directly related to the Haitian Revolution, a point I invite my colleagues to remember the next time they wonder why members of the Congressional Black Caucus are so concerned about Haiti. And let me further remind my colleagues that the city responsible for my birth, the city of Chicago in the state of Illinois, was founded by a Haitian immigrant, Jean-Baptiste Dusable. And while I was growing up, if you talk about the erasure of history, there was no monument formally dedicated in the great city of Chicago to the founding father of the city of Chicago. It was first recognized in what was formerly a city jail that Dr. Margaret Burroughs turned into the African American History Museum in the city of Chicago. And then most recently, our magnificent Lakeshore Drive was renamed Jean-Point Baptiste Dusable Lakeshore Drive. We have had to insert the history to make it whole, because when history is not made whole, it is propaganda. I was born and raised in Chicago, and there would be no Chicago without a member of the Caribbean American community. It's about time the people of this nation come to terms with the immense contribution of Haiti to the United States of America. Everything that we love about New Orleans and Chicago is directly dependent upon the nation of Haiti and the children she sent around the world. The people of Haiti had as much to do with the formation of America's cultural influence as any of the descendants of Europe. And yet somehow Haitians are left out of the conversation when it comes to the contribution other nations have made to the formation of the American spirit. The father of Chicago was a Haitian man, but that was a time in American history, when history books would not acknowledge the ancestry of persons of African heritage. In fact, there was a time in the history of Chicago when Jean-Baptiste du Sable's name would never be erected on a building. We had denied the truth of Haiti's contribution. And yet the reality of Haiti's indelible endowment to America lives on. Those of us who rise tonight do so because we refuse to be silent about the great contributions that African descendants from the Caribbean have made to this nation's history and this nation's future. Malcolm X once said, "Of all of our studies, history is best qualified to reward our research." And yet, what he meant by the statement was that it is only when we discover the immovable truth of our history that we find the footing we need to leap out of the darkness and into the kind of future we deserve. A point to which I should add that Malcolm X was himself of Caribbean American descent, as his mother and her descendants hailed from Grenada. Needless to say, there is a long and noble list of Americans whose ancestry goes back to the Caribbean. And we would be wise to honor that history, because in honoring it, we honor, in fact, ourselves. It is only when we honor the truth that we tear down the low-bearing walls of falsehood, hatred, and bigotry. The days when we could be in denial about the unique and important contribution of marginalized parts of the world to the formation of America are over. Mr. Speaker, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that before you leave the house in the morning, you've already depended on half the world to clothe you, to feed you, and provide you with a cup of coffee to wake you up. I submit to the members of this body that America is better when we are about the business of acknowledging the long-standing connection that our pursuit for freedom has with other parts of the world. I know sometimes certain populations in America would like to believe the mythical lie of a rugged American and American individualism. I understand that there are those who would rather think that this country pulled itself up by its bootstraps without any assistance from anybody, anywhere. But regrettably, nothing could be further from the truth. And America is not a weaker country because nations such as Haiti assisted us and directly benefited us, but rather we are stronger because the truth will set you free. Mr. Speaker, this is the 220th anniversary of the Republic of Haiti. Haiti is America's longest, oldest democratic partner. Haiti now celebrates 220 years. And I'd like to remind this body on its 200th year anniversary, their democratically elected president was hijacked, kidnapped, and taken out with U.S. assistance from their homeland to an African city. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a time where the Haitians certainly need our assistance. Haiti is not a debtor country. Haiti is a creditor country to the United States. Haitians supported America during the Revolutionary War in Savannah, where a statue still arises from those ashes. So let us celebrate this Caribbean Heritage Month. Let us celebrate all of those that have been erased from history, that have committed such great and noble works to us. Mr. Speaker, it is now my privilege to yield back to my distinguished colleague and co-anchor of this Congressional Black Caucus Hour, the Honorable Sheila Scherfulus McCormick.
Thank you so much, especially to my co-anchor who has been, I think he's an honorary Haitian for all his advocacy, Representative Jonathan Jackson. Mr. Speaker, today we come celebrating Caribbean American Heritage Month. Is a time to honor the Caribbean Americans' vibrant culture and invaluable contributions to our nation. It is significant in my home state of Florida, where the Caribbean diaspora thrives and flourishes. As someone of Haitian descent, my heritage provides me with strength and resilience, traits passed down through the generations of Caribbean people who have faced and conquered tremendous challenges. Caribbean Americans have been at the forefront of advocacy and leadership in politics. From city councils to the halls of Congress, we have raised our voices to champion civil rights and social justice and equality for all. Moreover, Caribbean Americans are innovators and pioneers. From the groundbreaking research of Dr. Patricia Bath, a pioneer of ophthalmologists of Trinidadian descent, to the literary genius of Jamaica Kincaid from Antigua, our contributions to science, literature, and the arts have profoundly impacted the entire world. These achievements are a testament to the ingenuity and creativity that are hallmarks of our heritage. In recognizing the importance of the Caribbean American Heritage Month, we acknowledge that our diversity is, in fact, our strength. It is a reminder that the United States thrives when we embrace and celebrate the unique cultures and histories that make up of our entire nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back to my co-anchor, Representative Jonathan Jackson.
I'd like to thank the Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Shurtleff McCormick, co-anchor of this Congressional Black Caucus Hour. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to share that Haiti has a rich and a very vibrant history, and it pains me deeply to see that people look at Haiti as a beggar nation. Haiti has gone through one of the most horrendous stories in mankind. After the Haitian people gallantly fought off those that enslaved them, American powers and European powers forced those that had been enslaved, kidnapped, raped, and robbed to pay reparations back to France up until the 1940s. The Haitian people are vibrant people and honorable people, and Haitians deserve our help and support. And for me to be in this great body and to think that the United States has to ask the Kenyan government to support the Haitian people to now gain back control by the citizens for their rightful democracy, when we very well, as the world's most powerful country, should be able to send our forces down, assist those people so they can build back their country. We owe them a development plan. We cannot be the greatest nation having the poorest country in the world off of our shores. Haitians have been our best ally, our longest democratic partners, and we can do better. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much. You've heard from my distinguished colleagues and the Honorable Sheila McCormick, all great issues important to the Congressional Black Caucus, our constituents, Congress, and all Americans tonight. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Okay, every week I come behind this microphone and I walk through the demographics and the debt and try to demonstrate that the primary driver of debt is the fact, is our demographics, our health. I've brought lots and lots of charts here over the last couple of years, sort of demonstrating sort of the death spiral the country is heading towards. When total interest this year is going to be maybe just a little shy of 1.2 trillion, making interest the second biggest expenditure in this government. So Social Security will be about $1.480 trillion, interest 1.2, and then believe it or not, defense and Medicare are fighting for who's going to be third and fourth. But I thought it would actually be more honorable to come behind this mic and say, all right, we've defined the problem over and over and over and over. I don't seem to be making much progress with my brothers and sisters being willing to accept the actual math, because our friends from the left, tax rich people more, we'll take care of the problem. And then we show them the economic papers that make it clear, you could maximize people's taxes for those over $400,000 on their income tax, their estate tax. the whole list of taxes. And when you do the economic effects, you get about 1.5% of GDP. For us on the right, we have all sorts of things we want to cut. But if we're limited to only non-defense discretionary, we come up with about 1% of GDP. Problem is, this year we're borrowing close to, I think our run rate in the last 365 days is like 8% of GDP. Long run is 6, 7, 8% over the years. Anyone see the math problem? When the left solutions and the right solutions are combined and you get 2.5%, and you're borrowing 6, 7, 8% of GDP, the size of the economy, maybe we need to have a brutally honest conversation of what's the driver of debt and the things that provide a solution that also have the chance of passing here. So here's the board that gets the most complaints to my office, so let's do it again. From today through the next 30 years, and this is in the president's math, this is in the CBO's math, this is in the outside group's math, 100% of the debt from today through the next 30 years. Interest, healthcare, and if a decade from now the decision is, hey, the Social Security Trust Fund is gone and we're not going to let people take a 21 to 25% cut and double senior poverty, and we backfill Social Security. So right here, the new number isn't 116. This is my older board. I think it's somewhere now in the 120s, 130 trillion dollars in 30 years. But the rest of the budget is flat. It pretty much grows with the growth of the economy. It's healthcare. If you want to disrupt debt, make this society healthier, or adopt technology that makes government smaller. So let's actually sort of walk through some of these things. I brought this board again just to reemphasize what I was just saying. The new number on Social Security for this coming year is $1.48 trillion. My math has actually the interest being a little bit higher, and then you see defense and Medicare. So think of that. When you think defense and Medicare are now down here, third and fourth, and Medicare, I think Medicare spending may be up as much as 10% so far this year. So let's see. If I came to you and said, all right, here's the stack of solutions. In previous years, I would come here with all sorts of charts, and I would show sort of my holistic, unified theory, saying, okay, you had to do things in immigration. You had to do things in fixing the tax code to maximize investment and growth. Over here, you had to legalize adoption of technology to crash the price of healthcare. Over here, you had to do things to make the society much more competitive and less oligopolies in our economy, big players. And I kept trying to show we had like 20, 21 things you had to do almost at the same time. And I felt like I was making no progress. The reality of it is we're in real trouble. A couple of weeks ago, I came here and did the demographics. And I knew everyone was right on the edge of their seats wanting to understand demographics, except demographics is your destiny. In 15 years, we model this country has more deaths than births. Understand what's going on. Yet you have your Medicare system, your Social Security, that are sort of a pay-as-you-go system. But the number of children, the number of young people, the number of future workers we're going to have in this society, we're in trouble. So you're going to have to do things like technology substitution. And what the hell does that mean? We're going to walk through some of that. So I have a stack of articles, some boards, and we're going to sort of walk through one of those pillars that we talk about. The two biggest changes I expect in society, in the economy, in the world over the next decade or two will be synthetic biology and artificial intelligence. So let's talk about just one of the things on our list of like 21 disruptions of what we could fixate on policy-wise to make government smaller, more efficient, more moral. And maybe your retirement doesn't have to implode on you, and maybe my little kids, yes, I have young kids, have a future, because the math says right now that child that's young today will be poorer than their parents. First generation U.S. history, the expectation, the math says, this young generation is going to be poorer. Does anyone see just the apocalyptic morality in that? So what's going on here? Why are we so terrified to tell the truth? Well, I'll tell you one of the reasons you tell the truth. You come here and you walk people through the actual math of Social Security, the actual math of Medicare, how we're going to save it, what we have to do, and you will get attack ads because, God forbid, you told the truth, and this side, particularly over there, cares much more about winning the next election than saving this country, saving your retirement, the morality of you actually receiving the earned benefits you worked for. Because the politics are so much more important. Winning the next election is so much more important than doing what's right. So let's actually sort of walk through some ideas here. First off, I'm going to do this in the next couple of weeks. There's now starting to be economic models and discussions talking about how the debt is going to make us all poor and how it's starting to do that. You know, the fact that how much of your taxes, when I've shown things here where every dime a member of Congress votes on today is on borrowed money. And so far this fiscal year, every dime of discretionary, every dime of defense, and actually like a quarter of Medicare are on borrowed money. And the fact that this year you're going to spend about $1.2 trillion of your tax receipts in interest. And remember, last fiscal, or actually over the last 12 months, I think we've had 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 months, where we actually had to borrow money to pay for our borrowed money, to pay the interest. Think about that. And the fact of the matter, now we're starting to see the economists do articles explaining we are all going to be poorer because of the financing costs now on this debt and deficits. So let's actually walk through, what would you do? If I came to you right now and said, you live in the time of miracles, we're curing diseases and we're going to cure more diseases. We don't have to live with misery. There's ways, we're on the cusp of having major disruptions in diabetes, in other diseases. We could make government more efficient and smaller. So let's actually just talk about AI tonight. Article from Stars and Stripes, talking about the Pentagon being substantially unauditable. We do not know where almost $4 trillion in assets are. So there's parts of this article, parts of the other articles here, talking about things that the Pentagon buys things because they don't know if they have it in inventory. Other articles that we could actually use technology to actually crawl through government and it would be the ultimate whistleblower. And so some of us have been trying, saying, why don't we do something creative? I need you to think so. If you watch too much cable television, over here, AI is going to destroy the world. Okay, there's generative AI that crawls through and can write its code. Over here is a stack that just wants accounting data, that just is looking for assets and inventories and liabilities and those things. That's what we're talking about at this moment. How about if we did something creative? If you've just had, I think, the 8th year where the Pentagon has functionally come back as unauditable because we can't do the asset list, how about allowing an AI crawler, an AI accounting package, to go up and down those asset lists and identify what we own, what we don't own, what we think we have, what we don't think we have, what we really own? So you don't get crazy articles like this one from Stars and Stripes basically saying, this was not surprising. Pentagon again fails its audit. And $3.8 trillion in military assets, we're not sure where the hell they are. Well, we're going to offer this as an amendment in the next day or so on the National Defense Authorization Bill. We'll see if our brothers and sisters here are willing to say, hey, maybe some technology is better than building after building after building full of people looking at accounting lists and can't figure out what the hell it says. Maybe we should actually protect the American taxpayer, but also protect our national defense by knowing what we owe and what we don't own. It's a simple solution. It's also the adoption and the future of what could you do in this government if you would allow AI crawlers to go up and down inventories, assets, where there's maybe misallocation, where there's proper allocation, where there's people maybe playing games with resources. Why wouldn't you do that? You know, the Government Accounting Office can only do so much. But the crowdsourcing of the data, the constant crawling, this exists today. Let's do it. And it's just, once again, the concept of, can we use technology to make government smaller? Of course we can. And look, I got to be brutally honest. Here's an article that was talking about using AI in certain parts of healthcare. And it crashed and burned. But if you actually get into the academic article, it's an academic article, they were using ChatGPT. May I suggest you don't try to use Chat as your diagnostician, okay? But it turns out I have 4 or 5 times more articles talking about when they use specific AI designed to look at cancer, to look at other things. It was remarkable. So let's actually sort of go on through the changing of government. What would happen if you've had the experience of trying to call the IRS? And you call them, and you call them, and you call them, and you sit on hold, and you sit on hold, then you get to someone, talk to someone who may not have the specialty, may not understand what you're asking. So there's been an experiment. I got to give the IRS credit on this one. It's a small experiment. They did it last tax season, this tax season. For a small portion, when you called, you were actually talking to a chat AI. But think about the experiment that they agreed to do and where this may take us. Imagine if you called the IRS and it stays on the phone with you because it picked up the phone, because it has ultimate capacity, because you're actually talking to a plain language computer that sounds every bit like a person, but stays on the phone with you, listens to you, walks you through on how to fill out your form. If you need the form, it can email it to you, it can text it to you. It can even actually walk you through other forms you might need because of what you're doing. That's morality, and it would make government less expensive. It would shrink the size of government. This is heresy, and it's brutal, but the fact of the matter is people are really, really expensive in government. And one of the ways, if you're going to start cutting budgets, yet you still want efficiency, you want the morality of accessibility for the public, start thinking about how many government agencies. You know, because they're always marching in here complaining that they can't hire anyone anyway. Well, let's replace those slots with technology that will actually give you the answers you're actually looking for because it has the full information set in front of it. This is the moral way to do it. So let's actually sort of walk through some of this more. If I came to you right now and said, what is the most powerful thing you could do if I only gave you several months and you had to come up with some way to disrupt the cost of healthcare? We estimate, and we have multiple academic articles that say about 16% of all healthcare spending is people failing to stay on their pharmaceutical regime. They have hypertension. They don't take their calcium inhibitor. They have cholesterol that's clogging their arteries. They don't take their statin. They don't adhere. Well, it turns out you could do things just like this, where is it really AI, or is it just using basic technology where the pill bottle cap beeps at you and says, hey, you haven't opened me today. It's really important because this pill only costs 7 cents, but if you stroke out, it could be $1 million. Turns out, my next board base, I think there's a math problem here. This one basically said the estimate for people not taking their prescriptions is $528 billion per year. My math was closer to $600 billion. I think my math is right, because if it's 16, 17% of all healthcare spend, This is simple. It's moral. It's not really AI, but it's use of technology to crash the price of delivering health care. And we've had pieces of legislation in this place for years just saying, why don't we try to help drug adherence so people stay healthier? Oh, David, we can't run a bill like that. We'd have to explain it. So look, here's an article I grabbed just 2 days ago, largest ever antibiotic discovery by AI. We just discovered a whole new categories of antibiotics. Remember the panic over the previous couple years that so many of our antibiotics were becoming inefficient, superbugs? Guess what? AI may have just discovered new ones to actually work through it. If I actually, now this isn't an Apple Watch on here, but about 3 weeks ago, Apple just got its next generation of watch approved by the FDA for monitoring your heart. It's now, the heart portion of it is a medical device. So I want you to think about the morality. We keep talking about how do we keep our brothers and sisters healthier, but yet if you're heading towards a world where, and I'm going to show some more boards in this concept, where you could have it on your wrist, the thing you're able to blow into, the thing you lick, the thing, the sort of personal medical lab you can have in your home medicine cabinet, or it's on your body. Met with some folks, a week ago, and forgive me if I mispronounce this, sepsis. So you've had surgery, and once it's, the doctors or the nurses or the medical professionals see it, it's often really, really dangerous. But using AI and a couple sensors on your body, they can see the tiny movements in temperature, the tiny changes in respiration, and know there's something going on and know there's something that has to be dealt with. How many lives, how much healthier would we be by just adopting that bit of technology? It's here already. And now we're living in the world where you could actually have a medical lab attached to you. Why don't we actually legalize some of this technology? The thing you can blow into that has an incredibly high level of accuracy, that can tell you have a virus, can bang off your phone, your medical records, and know you're not allergic to a certain antiviral, and could order your antivirals. You know that's substantially illegal in this country. Your ability to have that breath biopsy, that flu kazoo, is functionally illegal, but it would help crash the price of healthcare and you would be healthier. And the army of people in these hallways around here demanding, we need to subsidize more people because we don't have enough medical professionals because we're getting older. Yeah, we've been talking about that for years. Maybe we could do some substitution effects with technology and the morality of having a healthier society. And look, we're about to see a revolution in cures. One of our arguments is the most moral thing this Congress can do is not help you maintain your misery. It's one of my great angers at our Democrat colleagues. You realize they passed legislation to functionally hand $16 billion of your tax money to Big Pharma. Yes, I'm using their language, not mine. Their language. Big Pharma, we're going to give $16 billion to buy down the price of insulin. And at the same time, 75 miles from here, there's a co-op making three types of generic insulin. Go look them up, Civica RX. 3 brands or 3 types of cheaper than the subsidized price, but the Democrats' ability to basically have it both ways. Oh, Big Pharma is evil. There's some cash. Here's $16 billion. That's their idea of morality, is they're going to functionally finance your misery. Over on our side, I've been passionately trying to get this place to fixate on some of the cures. We think we're getting close to a cure for type 1. There's some miracles happening on type 2. We actually, in a week, actually this Friday, we're going to publish a report in the Joint Economic Committee that's going to get, I'm going to get crap for it. But you're going to see a top line number that over the next 10 years, obesity will cost this country as high as $9.1 trillion over the next 10 years. Single biggest spend in this government. And our brothers and sisters are dying. I think we're about to have the 5th year in a row where prime age males are dying younger. Think of that. You have a country where people's life expectancy is falling. And we're going to pass a farm bill, nutrition support, not actually think about should it be nutrition support or is it calorie support? This government fights against itself. We actually give you an EBT card to go buy onion rings, and on this side, we're going to cover your health care costs when you're sick. Have we lost our, yes, we have lost our minds. But we're actually seeing all sorts of data. And I have some of the articles here. AI tool finds variants for heart disease. AI figured out there's 17 genes to look at that will actually give us an indicator if you're going to have a certain types of heart disease. AI traces mysterious metastatic cancer to its source. This is one of the most fascinating, and I actually have almost a binder just on this one, how Google's new AI could revolutionize medicine. But if you go in there, because I know all of you are really smart and you read this crazy stuff. I mean, you've all read about the Google Fold, folding a protein over certain things so it can be actually delivered and actually withstand in your body and actually start to help cure you. You live in the time of miracles. And this place here is one of the biggest barriers to those miracles coming to market. It's absolutely immoral. And we're actually, in some ways, the way we have... Look, FDA does some amazing things. But it was designed decades and decades and decades ago. Can we make sure they have the tools to understand? We have these things called supercomputers today. We have AI that can grind through data and look at article after article and population statistics and these things. There's actually lots of data right now saying we could cut the time down in half, bringing cures and miracles to market. I would argue this is our obligation. This is people's lives. Besides the fact of the morality, it's also really good economics and would be great for the borrowing. Remember, we're hovering between sort of $80,000 and $100,000 a second borrowing. Majority of that growth in that borrowing is interest and healthcare costs. Crash the price of healthcare. Incorporating AI creates cost savings. We actually had some success in this idea last week. We were able to get 2 AI amendments attached to the VA bill, just to actually start with the claims side, the bureaucracy side, to actually move some of that faster. And it was the vast majority of our brothers and sisters here, even though maybe the union didn't like it, but this is the right thing to do. It started to pass. We got actually another one passed, which actually, and this is just for the VA, but towards studying how do we streamline and mitigate the financing mechanisms to make the VA more efficient and much more nimble, and actually reduce the cost. These are just inch by inch by inch. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, can I inquire on the time? The gentleman has 4 minutes remaining. Oh, heaven forbid. I don't know if I can actually talk any faster and still have the poor... I'm so sorry. Sometimes when I start to talk like a machine gun. Look, another piece of legislation we have is you talk to doctors' offices, you talk to surgery centers, you talk to clinics, and they will tell you half their cost is just administrative. The people having to do the back paperwork, the people in the front office. So just walk through a concept, because this actually exists today. You walk up to the counter in your surgery center or your doctor's office. You talk to a screen that has it, and it writes down. You don't actually have to fill out the little thing on the pad. You say, "Hi, I'm David. And here's my numbers. Here's this, here's that." And in the back office, they use technology. Not a room full of clerks doing paperwork to fight back and forth with the insurance company. You could crash the price of a healthcare clinic in half. And we already have some companies starting to do this. Look, we have another one that actually starts to actually help the concept of, is telehealth? Why isn't it digital health? the ability to use technology to help you take care of yourself. And then article after article that we live in the time of miracles. How do I get my brothers and sisters here to help us realize if we would just change some of the incentives in this place? There's another generation of miracle drugs coming. There's actually the ability of another generation of things that cure people. And I keep trying to argue here. You want to crash the debt and deficits? You want to crash spending? Cure diseases. Make people's lives less miserable. But there will be armies of lobbyists in our hallways who these disrupt their business models. I'm going to ask our brothers and sisters here, do the right thing. Don't be afraid of the technology. The disruption is the morality, is the future, and is one of the ways, just one of the levers that we save ourselves from this crashing and crushing debt. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you for your patience. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to name the following members of the Placer County Sheriff's Office to the 2024 3rd Congressional District Police Honor Roll. Sergeant Isaiah Tajibanoff, Deputy Richard Porter, Deputy John Tannerome, Deputy Brandon Winchell, Deputy Paul Solbis, Deputy Kevin Hillis, Deputy Joseph Durant. On the night of May 2nd, 2024, deputies in the Placer County Sheriff's Office were on patrol in the city of Colfax in Placer County. The deputies observed a suspicious vehicle parked at the rear of a local restaurant that matched the vehicle description of one used while in the commission of residential burglary earlier in the week of a Placer County citizen. Deputies Solbis, Porter, and Tannerome attempted to contact the van occupant, who was verbally uncooperative and refused lawful orders to exit the vehicle. Deputy Solbis called for a supervisor, Sergeant Shibanoff, and Deputy Durant to respond and assist them. Deputies Winchell and Hillis arrived a short time later. While instituting a plan to de-escalate the situation and remove the occupant from the vehicle safely, the driver of the van fired a gun from inside the vehicle, striking Deputy Porter in the upper torso. Deputies at the scene returned fire, and Deputy Porter was immediately provided medical aid by deputies on the scene and was transported to the nearest helicopter landing zone by his fellow deputies awaiting an air ambulance. Additional deputies and officers from outside agencies began arriving as Deputy Porter was flown to the nearest trauma center, Sutter Roseville Medical Center. Deputy Porter spent 4 nights in the hospital surrounded by his loved ones and his colleagues from the sheriff's office. But in tremendous news, he was released to go home on Monday, May 6, 2024, and was escorted home by the sheriff, undersheriff, and assistant sheriff, along with the command staff and patrol staff. These law enforcement officers acted with the utmost professionalism and bravery on May 2nd, 2024. They trusted the advanced officer training the sheriff's office had provided and were calm, committed, and focused. That night was a true testament to their unwavering commitment to the community they serve. Their actions embody the core values of the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and all Placer County residents can take enormous pride in these outstanding officers. For their bravery and dedication to public safety, I am honored to include these fine law enforcement officers in the 2024 3rd Congressional District Police Honor Roll. Aldo Penesci. Mr. Speaker, it is with a very heavy heart that I wish to take a moment to honor the memory of Aldo Penesci, a Roseville resident and community leader who passed away a few weeks ago on May 28, 2024. Aldo was born and raised in Roseville, California, which is also where he decided to raise his family. Aldo attended the local high school and community college until he transferred to UC Davis, where he graduated with a degree in political science. After his education, he worked in government relations and public affairs for 40 years and owned and operated Aldo Penesci Consulting. Beyond his thriving career, Aldo placed his heart at the center of Placer County and served the communities within numerous leadership and volunteer positions. His contributions to the region include his work with the Placer Business Alliance, with many of the area chambers of commerce, and several local nonprofits such as Lighthouse Counseling, Visit Placer, the Placer Breast Cancer Foundation, and many, many more. He raised scholarship funds for local students and was a driving force behind organizations that would help struggling families afford everyday necessities. He had a strong commitment to and understanding of the pulse of the local business community and was an invaluable contributor to the economic vitality and success of the region. Aldo's wide diversity of accomplishments improved the quality of life and experiences for residents, businesses, and visitors in the area. It is because of the exceptional leadership and passion of people like Aldo Penesci that Placer County and the communities that comprise it are such a great place to live, work, raise a family, and retire. Aldo will be remembered for many, many things by his countless friends in our county, for his wise counsel, his innate kindness, and his care and consideration for those around him. As a pillar in our community, I am confident that the remarkable legacy he left behind in Placer County will be felt for generations to come. Therefore, on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I want to offer a heartfelt condolence to Aldo's wife, Leslie, children, Evangeline and Anthony, and the countless other lives that he touched throughout Placer County and the surrounding region. Mr. Aldo Penesci will be greatly missed, but his legacy will be felt for a very, very long time to come. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take a moment to recognize an outstanding and prominent educator from California's 3rd Congressional District. I'd like to highlight a teacher from the Eastern Sierra Unified School District, Joanna Tackett, who has dedicated 22 years towards a career in education. Mrs. Tackett earned her Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education from the University of Nevada, Reno, and a master's in advanced teaching and leadership from Sierra Nevada College. She proudly teaches at Antelope Elementary School in Colville, California, where she has instructed classes of students in the 3rd grade and transitional kindergarten and kindergarten. As a young girl, Mrs. Tackett became passionate about horses and barrel racing. Through this passion, she was inspired to become a teacher by her friend and mentor, Loretta, who taught her dressage. She strove to emulate Loretta's qualities of patience, positivity, and care, and later became a coach herself. This ultimately led Mrs. Tackett to the teaching profession, where she used these skills and values to become beloved by students, parents, and staff. Her unique abilities as a former coach help her build trusting relationships with students in which she guides them towards reaching their goals and thereby creates confident young students who believe in themselves and know that they can achieve anything. For these reasons and many more, Mrs. Tackett was recently recognized as the 2022-2023 Mono County Teacher of the Year. She is known by others for her strong work ethic, patience, and knowledge, as well as for treating her students with respect, kindness, and empathy. Students leave Mrs. Tackett's classroom excited about school and learning, which is commendable. I applaud Mrs. Tackett for her dedication to education, to the development of her students, and to promoting overall student success and academic achievement. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am pleased to recognize Mrs. Joanna Tackett for her significant contributions to the Eastern Sierra Unified School District and to the students of Antelope Elementary School. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the Tahoe Forest Health System for 75 years of providing exceptional healthcare services to the Tahoe region. In 1949, Richard Joseph and his family donated the land necessary for the construction of a new hospital in Truckee. The donation was made with a desire to care for their local community members and in memory of their son, Levin Joseph, who was tragically killed during his military service in World War II. The community rallied behind the idea of a new hospital, and under the legacy of generosity, the Tahoe Forest Hospital District was formed. In 1952, the hospital facility named the Tahoe Forest Hospital officially opened its doors. The original hospital consisted of 15 beds and 2 physicians. Since its inception, the Tahoe Forest Health System has grown along with the community it serves. The Tahoe Forest Hospital expanded to 25 acute care beds and 36 long-term care beds, while also providing a wide array of critical rural health care services, including community health outreach programs. The hospital's service area now covers 6 rural counties, 2 states, and approximately 3,500 square miles. The hospital is further developed by building the Gene Upshaw Memorial Tahoe Forest Cancer Center and the Incline Village Community Hospital, a 4-bed critical access hospital offering 24-hour emergency care, as well as a variety of other clinical health services. The Tahoe Forest Health System has contributed to the health and well-being of Tahoe residents and visitors for more than 7 decades, and is a vital resource for our local mountain communities. Tahoe Forest Health has earned multiple awards, partnerships, and recognitions, and sets a high standard for excellence in rural health care. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Tahoe Forest Health System in celebration of their 75-year anniversary, and I applaud them for their ongoing commitment to providing quality and compassionate healthcare services. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment this evening to bring the country's attention to one of the most shocking and twisted things I have ever seen in the world of politics that is happening right now in my state of California. There is a scheme playing out right now on the part of the state's ruling politicians to undermine a democratic election and make nearly 40 million Californians less safe. This relates to the crime problem in our state, which of course is not just a California issue. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I've been part of several field hearings in some of America's worst cities when it comes to high crime rates, including Chicago, Philadelphia, Manhattan, and right here in Washington, D.C. But it is perhaps in my state, in California, especially in cities like Oakland and San Francisco and Los Angeles, where the problem is most pronounced, thanks in large part to a series of criminal laws that have been passed that are uniquely permissive and that are uniquely restrictive of the ability of law enforcement to keep our communities safe. But there is one law in particular that is at the root of many of the problems that we see in California when it comes to homelessness and open-air drug markets, and when it comes to retail theft and smash and grabs. And that is an initiative known as Proposition 47, which was passed in 2014 under the false name of the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act. And since that time has caused an epidemic of retail theft by eliminating virtually any consequence for stealing. It has also had the tragic consequence of making it so we cannot get drug addicts who are living on our streets in many cases, dying tragically on our streets in many cases for fentanyl and other drugs, or we can't get them the help they need now because it's decimated our drug court system. Prosecutors no longer have the ability to use a possible felony conviction as leverage to get offenders to sign up for treatment. So for the last decade, this very misguided initiative, Proposition 47, has caused these problems to build and build and build in California, and has made our communities less and less safe, has made our quality of life in California lower and lower, has been a major reason why people have been leaving our state in record numbers when for much of its history, California has been the state that everyone wanted to come to. So after a decade of living with California, over the course of the last several months, there has been a citizen-led effort in California to overturn the worst provisions of Proposition 47, to restore consequences for retail theft, to revive drug treatment for those who need it, to take on the scourge of fentanyl that is ravaging far too many of our communities. And the people of California responded overwhelmingly, with over 900,000 people signing the petition to get this measure on the ballot. And just about an hour ago, this evening, it was officially announced by the California Secretary of State that the initiative has qualified, that it will appear on the November ballot, and all indications are that the people of California will vote for it and end this radical, failed experiment in our state and set our state on a new course. But unfortunately, there are some who hold power right now in California who do not want that to happen. And I want to be very clear that this is not a partisan statement because the initiative has broad bipartisan support. For example, it is endorsed by the Democrat mayor of San Francisco, the Democrat mayor of San Jose, the Democrat mayor of San Diego, because it's just common sense that we need to restore public safety in California. And yet, at the state level, the supermajority in the legislature, along with Governor Gavin Newsom, have decided that they should take matters into their own hands and deny voters the opportunity to pass this bipartisan initiative. So how might they do this, do you ask? It's already qualified for the ballot. The people have made their voice heard. It's official. What's their plan? This is the scheme that they've come up with that surpasses anything I have seen, perhaps. And I've seen a lot when it comes to the machinations of California politicians. Here's what they've done. The governor and leaders in the legislature came up with their own package of bills that are ostensibly designed to promote public safety. And in fact, most, if not all, of those bills are unobjectionable. Some of them are even positive. But they're really just tweaking at the edges of the problem. None of them does anything to deal with the actual problems of Proposition 47. In fact, the bills by definition couldn't do that because Proposition 47 was a voter initiative and it can only be corrected by a voter initiative. The legislature doesn't have the power to do that. But nevertheless, for whatever reason, maybe to look like they were doing something about the problem, maybe they genuinely wanted to help make communities safer, you had these bills that were introduced that would take some fairly modest steps in the direction of public safety. Well, we actually learned just a few days ago that there was a much more sinister purpose behind these bills. The leaders of the legislature will be introducing an amendment to these bills, which has what they're calling an inoperability clause. So what does that mean? They are stipulating in the language of the bills that if voters pass the initiative that is now going to be on the ballot in November, then those bills will automatically be repealed. So they're putting in a provision that says that their own bills will be repealed automatically if voters make a decision that they don't like in November. This is truly extraordinary. It's a threat to the people of California. Don't pass this initiative or we will weaken other criminal laws. It's a loaded weapon because the effect is automatic. The threat doesn't even need to be carried out. It's just there the moment the initiative passes, at least this is the way they've designed it, then those bills will be repealed. But truly, the purpose of this is even worse. The true purpose is to mislead voters and give them an upside-down description of what this initiative will actually do. Because in California, the language that appears on the ballot when you go to vote that says, here's what this initiative will do, that language is written by the Attorney General, who is himself a statewide elected official. So the point of including this, some are calling it a poison pill, which says that if you pass the initiative, then these public safety bills are going to be repealed, is to influence the way that the initiative is written. So that an initiative that is supposed to be about helping to limit crime, reduce crime, and restore consequences, they'll describe in precisely the opposite way. On the ballot, it will now say, oh no, this initiative is going to repeal these public safety measures. It is a deeply cynical scheme designed to undermine a popular voter initiative that is desperately needed to get our state back on track. And so I think that when people ask, whatever happened to California? How did our beautiful state come to have all of these problems where, you walk through the streets of San Francisco or Los Angeles and you can't even believe that you're in the United States of America? How did this happen? This is how it has happened. Unfortunately, we have political leaders who are willing to go so far as to undermine a democratic election and to make our state less safe in order to advance their own particular political goals. Mr. Speaker, I think it is absolutely shameful. However, I have faith that at the end of the day, the will of the people will win out. And I think that people are frustrated with what has happened to our state. I hear it every day. They're frustrated with machinations like this, and that the people of California will find a way to make sure that this change that is desperately needed happens and that our state gets back on the right track. Thank you, and I yield back.
The question is, gentleman has a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.